everyone. Welcome to Ascension.
Is that just the theme now? We have two themes.
We really need a
There's two
better
musics
stinger,
going on,
really.
and it's freaking me out because there's music coming from the Roll20 too.
The Roll20 as well. It really doesn't meld well. We need to work on that.
They're like
anyway,
different time sequences. Both.
Very different tempos.
I can't talk right now. Words. You know
it's
what
a good
I mean.
job that none of our jobs involve words. Right. I thank God every day for that. Right, anyway, hi. Welcome to Ascension, the wonderful Dungeons & Dragons show on Rollford that we do every week. At this time, you probably know by now. This is a new chapter,
The
chapter
first
3
episode of chapter
of Ascension.
3.
It is. And so it is going to be a little bit more accessible if you have been having like trouble getting into things because you're like, hey, it's on episode 9 million. How do I understand all this backstory and lore? We're going to go over that a little bit more in detail than we normally would because it is a new chapter, but we will still be going ahead as per usual with them starting a new arc since they have plans that involve Peachy, which is our lovely guest for today, played by Sally. Sally, do you want to just briefly tell us who you are and what you do?
Don't tell us about your character yet.
I am not my character, or am I? I am Sally LePage. I am a biologist, a former science YouTuber, and now a science radio producer, both here in the UK and around the world as doing podcasts. So yeah, lots of biology. That's me. I don't know how much more you want, really.
Can't imagine what class
just,
you'd have picked.
Yeah, I know, right? I should
Yeah.
point out this is only my second time playing Dungeons and Dragons, so it's only my second character. I may have stuck with a theme. They're very different characters, but
I saw your tweet when
know.
you replied to our Roll for It Twitter. You're like,
Mhm.
I know I'm playing the same thing, but it's not the same thing.
Yeah, those that have been hearing me chat about my first ever D&D character will know that personality-wise, they could not be more different.
It's just perfected now.
Well, it's also like 5 levels higher than I was when I finished the last one. So there's all these spells, and I'm like, that's a lot. I'm going in easy. It's fine. It's all good. If in doubt, I'll just blind you with my animal facts. Totally out of character, I'll just pop out an animal fact.
I mean, you could probably do it in character as well.
That as well, yeah.
That's what proficiency in nature is for. Useful animal facts.
Look, I think that's very useful.
I mean, I learned today that if you like have a lion who runs out of testosterone, they lose all the mane hair on the male lions. I did not know that.
I did not know that.
I mean, it could be false, but I got told it, and it sounded vaguely like
Okay,
it could
well,
be
don't listen
true,
to
but also I haven't had time to verify.
He's like, I haven't researched it actually, but
I haven't researched it. I got told it, and I'm like, that sounds like it could be true, but is also amazing.
Maybe during our
Anyway.
after show today, we'll talk about animal facts.
Oh, yes, please.
Maybe owl
Yeah.
facts.
Owl facts.
Ooh.
Or
Unless it-
maybe Sally can give us some like biology facts that we all should know. Like top biology facts that everyone should know. If you want to know.
I mean, I have a few. I mean, I
Pay
literally
attention
have
to our
a
after
PhD,
show.
so I have
Yeah.
an entire book's worth of facts
Okay, well,
that no one
don't give us
needs
entire
to
books
know.
worth. Just like
Tell us all about
just the-
swans. I hear you
the
have fun with
summary.
swans.
I do have fun with swans. I mean, I spent 5 years torturing flies, but I did have fun with swans.
Yeah, but as far as I understand, every biologist spends a lot of time with flies and gets very sick of them.
Oh, I was sick of them before I started. That's,
Oh, okay.
but it's fine. Like you can't really test
me a
cannibalism and murder and betrayal and all of that in swans because the Home Office would freak out. But fruit flies, absolutely fine. They don't count as living things according to the UK government.
Oh my
You can do
God.
that with people. There was
Yeah.
a psychologist who put people on a raft for basically that purpose. He was like, I'm going to make basically a psychology experiment that's like Uber Big Brother, and you will live on a raft. And I'm going to make it so that you'll betray each other and stab each other in the back. And apparently they all just were like, no, we quite like it. Teamed up, we're going to throw you off the raft.
the psychology had a rocky history. It was had a couple false starts. Mostly worked it out these days.
I'm
some
slowly
interesting.
looking at chat and someone's just said, is Peachy adorable or adorable?
I like it. I mean,
I
did
do like
some puns earlier.
adorable, but it does sound a bit too much like bowels.
And
Yeah,
you
I was
said
like,
was
it does
being
sound like you're going to be dissing owl. No,
Yeah.
that's what a barbarian owl does.
So I think I'm going to go with adorable.
I was coming
Anyway,
up with a ton
let me
of
just write
owl
down
names, and
Torture
EE was
Sally
saying
with
I was being
flies.
racist.
Yeah, all
My
your
dog
owl
ate a
names were
bunch of
like
flies
coops
yesterday.
and stuff like that, and I was like, the
Yeah.
owls are gonna sit there going, yeah, that's just really racist.
That would be like naming a bunch of humans like yells and shouts. or
Well, no.
whatever.
According to the book, it says that some owl folk are named after the sound they make. I'm like, yeah, that's not happening.
See? See?
It's just
They were cute names. Whatever.
anyway. Right. So we've got announcements and stuff apparently that we should be doing.
Yeah, ready?
Right. We're sponsored by Roll20. Roll20 allow us to like have these cool little maps and stuff that we have, and move tokens around, and also do crazy stuff with APIs that we occasionally do with dynamic lighting.
What is an API?
Additional programming interface, I believe. API acronym. Today we learn coding stuff. Application program interface. That's what it is. Application programming interface. It is the common language by which you can like get stuff to interface with the program and then make it do cool things.
Basically,
so
like
for
how you
instance,
call
me.
things to be able to reference them.
WYSIWYG. WYSIWYG stuff or not? I don't know what I'm doing. It's fine.
WYSIWYG depends on the programming language. Yeah, so like if you want to have an online tabletop game, because in-person ones have been somewhat difficult for the last year and a half, can't imagine why, then Roll20 allows you to do it on the internet. So you can actually, you know, still play D&D or one of the many other dozens and dozens and dozens of games that they have sheets for. And if they don't have a sheet for it, you can probably make it. If you're on the pro level, you can just make your own sheets and stuff like I did for the Mage campaign.
No, API is not a language. It's just a way to call.
It's the way you ask a program a question. That's an explanation on my level. Thank you, Adept
Yes,
Strain.
and then you just combine all the questions together to make something bigger.
That guy's
Like
a
a quiz.
programmer.
It's less about asking questions, more about calling. But yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
but-
Whenever I call someone, I tend to call them with a question. So.
Dev Train works on porting games.
You know what? You can tell Sally fits in when we're already doing the how long can we delay the episode by just cutting bullshit.
Well, I mean, my life is like calling APIs. Like
Your life is a
literally.
lot of things, Maggie. You wear a
Yeah,
lot
that's
of
true.
hats.
That's true. It is a lot of things. But when it comes to like web interfaces and pulling in data from like web to game, that's what a lot of it is through.
Yeah,
the-
my web stuff is just making things look pretty. They never let me touch the back end. It's all about the
I do
front
also
end.
handle
That sounded
help-
different in my head.
help the design side.
Make sure you ask for consent before you touch the front end.
Oh, you're gonna fit
Okay.
perfectly.
Yeah. No. Okay. Anyway.
That sounds
So
like
moving
something
on, thank
I
you
would've
Roll20
said.
for sponsoring us. I'm sure you don't regret this whatsoever. We have a new guest. Yeah, we've done that part. I'm gonna move on again.
Did
This
do that
September.
part already.
September. We'll talk more about that in the bit where we actually shill the show. And new Ascension goodies are coming soon. There'll be like maps and character sheets and stuff. There'll be all kinds of
We
shenanigans
do
and
have
jazz.
a giveaway going on right now to just.
Oh, we do have a giveaway.
Just to rewind to the Roll20 thing for one moment.
Wait, we actually have like an agenda and a plan for this? I thought we were going all off
Poor E.
on the
Poor
fly.
Bentham. He puts this thing together and then E is just chaos.
I don't know. I put new guest and then sponsored by Roll20. You did those. And you went back to new guest. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know what's going on. You think I
I've
know
just
what's
come
going
here.
on?
I'm causing
Christ, did-
chaos. It's fine.
Did you see lightning just light up my face? Because the whole
Yeah, I
room
did
just...
actually.
Oh, I heard that.
If you go to our pinned post on our Twitter,
Jesus Christ.
we are giving away a VTM 5e book if you'd like to get the core rulebook for free. So all you have to do is retweet, like, and follow us over on Roll For It on the Twitters, and you can be in the running to win. We've been doing a few of these, so if you're interested in more giveaways, thanks to our wonderful sponsors, Roll20. That's what we got for you. So go do the things. And also if you follow us on Twitter, you get all the updates. So
Like pictures of owls. I am
And owl
led to believe
gifts
there
now,
are many
yeah.
gifts of owls.
I
being prepared.
definitely found an adorable owl. So if you would like to go to our Twitter,
You mean you
just
found
Was it
adorable?
our adorable?
No, that
adorable
was better. Yeah.
owl.
Bow wow.
Just
You
go
have
over
not
there and check
seen
it out.
the thread between me and EE, which is just trying to
Oh, yeah.
outkeep each other with owl gifts.
You won every
Improve.
time, but like they're really good owl gifts.
I'm
They're all
up on
good-
my
they're
owl
all good
game.
owls, Brent. It works,
Except
kind
for
of.
the one who's the transformer owl. That one just scares me.
Look,
Mhm.
sometimes you have to intimidate. You know, you got to roll that intimidate.
That is the perfect example of an intimidate from a cute animal. Right, anyway, so I believe that takes us to the shilling portion of this stream, which I'm sure will not be derailed or, otherwise upset in any manner whatsoever. And because I don't want to take the responsibility for getting it derailed, I'm going to hand that over to
Owls are
Bentham, and then I'm going to
predators.
derail him.
And my strategy is to just talk so fast that no one can even get a word in edgeways. Yeah, that's way too much power.
You let me get a word
Exactly.
in edgeways.
That's you getting my words in it. Doesn't even make sense. Anyway,
I thought it was better. It was like high level playing. I don't know.
anyway, I should get on with this before lightning blows up my house, because y'all heard that right? That
Yeah, if
rumbled for
Bentham-
like a minute
If
over
Bentham
here.
disappears, y'all know why. Actually, if all three of them disappear,
The entire UK is currently a thunderstorm right now.
Just before we went live, I had to very quickly shut my window, and there's already a lot of water inside the house.
We haven't got the rain
Oh,
yet,
no.
so okay.
Oh no. Okay, yeah, so Roll For It is able to do all the cool stuff that it does thanks to your support on Patreon. Patreon is the main way that we fund all our cool shows. It means we can pay all our cast and have multiple shows and have cool art and stuff, all that kind of thing as well. So there's a whole bunch of different tiers on our Patreon that give you a whole bunch of different rewards, including but not limited to MP3s of all of our shows, after shows we record after every show. We talk about what happens in the show. This one's may contain owl facts. In fact, it almost certainly will. You can also get character sheets, you can get enemy character sheets, other enemy stats and things like that, other secret behind the scenes things from GMs. You're going to be getting a new map soon, as he has updated the map for Ascension, so I'll post that in the coming week. So you can get a proper good look at all the cities and where all the towers are, and their names and that kind of thing. And you can follow us as we journey across the world, because we are literally journeying to the opposite side of the world as of today's episode,
Spoilers.
which is why it's a new chapter. You can also get interviews. We occasionally interview cast members and GMs and post those as videos up on the Patreon as well. You can submit names for NPCs, which we will try and use throughout our shows to name random NPCs we run into. They could be random people we meet once and then never see again, or it could be people that become integral parts of a campaign. For example, like Arena's new pet rat, which was formerly a platinum piece, because sure, why not?
I just turned at the screen because of pet rat, and then I looked up and there's an actual pet. Hello.
That is so
You wanna
I
go
love
now?
how
You
it
can
is
go
now the law that if you have a pet in the same room when you're on Zoom, you have to show them.
yeah, we actually have a roll pet emote. If you didn't know that,
I didn't know.
Roll For It has a
purpose.
surprisingly high number of cats, or maybe not surprising at all considering we're all streamers.
Yes. There is a
We
lot
did
of
make
cats.
My cat's
we did
not
make
allowed in
a
here.
Christmas card for last year that was all of the Roll For It pets.
You should
And there
make
were
a
like
calendar
20 to
with
30.
them in like fake seductive poses. Like
You
a
mean a-
cat.
big seductive
Catlander.
poses. Why not just a cute poses? Why do they have to be?
Well, no, because there's this long tradition in the UK of naked calendars, usually
like a
for
fundraiser.
charity.
Like a pet pin-up calendar.
Yeah. So like a
Pin up
cat,
That's a little weird, okay?
A
But
cat
sure.
on a bed
Whatever your
with just,
kink
like, a
is, if you're
rose
into
covering it
that,
or
Sally,
something.
you know what? We'll make it happen for you.
yeah. Please do. More cats, the better.
Someone said a catlander. Catlander.
Do furries also cover
Oh.
like birds with feathers as well, or is
I
that
would
like a
assume
separate?
so. Yeah. I would,
Because
I imagine
fur
it
is
covers it. I mean, they don't have
excluding-
fur,
I
but
would
I think
assume some people are into like burb people and some people are not.
But then why is it fur?
I
Like, that's very
imagine
exclusive.
it's a lot harder to buy fur feathers by the meter when you're making a
Really?
costume.
What? I don't think so.
But you
I
can't
guess
buy
you-
like sheets of feathers, can you? You can only buy
Not
bags of
yet,
feathers, and then
but
you've got
I
to
feel
glue
that this is
them
the
on.
niche industry that
It's a
really
lot
has
of extra
like
work,
room
yeah.
for expansion.
Feathers are pretty
of-
cheap.
Also, Bentham,
As
you've
somebody who
successfully been
makes a lot of
derailed.
cosplay, I feel like feathers are pretty cheap. The problem with feathers
They're cheap,
is that
but
they
they're
don't
fast.
stick on things very well, and like
Well,
when you move,
exactly.
they fall off.
Yeah, but no one wants to spend
So,
time like putting all the feathers
How
on.
I've created feathers is I use isolon foam. So if anyone was curious about those giant wings that I have, like the giant ASMR wings that I make,
You might have to
I don't
send
know
me
if
a
you've
picture
seen
of that.
my cosplay of that before, but that is made out of isolon foam, which looks like feathers, but is much better and actually can get wet. And
Is
it's
it
fine.
better because you can buy it by the meter and it comes in
It's actually more
sheets?
expensive than feathers, so no, it's.
I'm sure that the furries will love to know that it can get wet. So, back to the shilling.
Hey.
Yeah, so
I'm just
you can.
helping
Crap,
them
where was I?
out.
Oh yeah, so I was talking about you can submit names for NPCs. Recently, Arena's new pet rat, Geep,
Do we get ferret of our...
made of a platinum piece,
Do I
was
need to
one of
get-
the submitted NPC names.
we need to get little rat art too. When we get
And that's
Petra's
the point.
art.
We do.
You
need,
only
we do
need the
rat.
art of the rat if the rat is gonna be put down as a token. It has 1 HP. If you want me to put that as a token on the battle board, I will.
Also,
Oh, but what
maybe
about
we should
when they
like
used to
make
have,
sure
like,
it lives a
usually
while
one?
first.
Next time you get an update for your character, you can have the art on your character.
Okay. Maybe on
For
my
now,
shoulder,
we'll say-
like
well,
chilling on my
we could-
shoulder.
I think the rat should be in Corvid Bot because that'll keep it safe. Maybe.
Or you know what? Fan art.
I want my coin back.
Your
It is-
coin is a
it
rat
is
now.
your
That is
cat,
just
your
how it is.
coin. That's
Your
true.
coin is a rat. It is a permanent transformation. The coin cannot be
Look, I'm not giving
Res-
this rat
resurrected from
to
the-
you,
the
Skith.
rat.
You literally
How many-
said you were gonna murder it multiple times.
I said that we could tie some loose ends up, maybe. You
I
know?
mean, I'm
and-
just gonna say that rats and owls famously get along.
That's right. It's just a
Uh-oh.
snack for our new
Yeah,
friend.
I didn't think this
Rocket.
through.
No!
great.
I have to keep it away from both of you. You're both gonna try to kill it or eat it.
Although,
It
to be
doesn't
honest,
even
depending
have
on
a
how
full
big
soul
the
yet.
rat is.
It's little. It's tiny. It's
So am
smaller than
I.
me.
Yeah.
It's a tiny. Like we're
You know how
we're
many
small
rats-
creatures. It's a tiny creature.
I could buy with a platinum
Oh,
coin.
no.
I could buy like a bajillion rats with a platinum coin.
You could buy a
Ridiculous.
with a platinum coin.
I mean, you made this
You
mess.
get a sack of rats.
This is ultimately all Skid's fault. You'd still have your platinum if you hadn't tried messing around pulling pranks.
That's true.
Slee,
Chilling.
I don't
Chilling.
think I'm done getting
Okay,
Yeah,
punished
yeah,
yet.
chilling, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
done
got
getting
through the
punished.
Do the
NPC names.
pre-show
But you
before
could do
the
the month.
after show.
We got monthly recaps where the admins recap the events of the previous month. We talk about the shows that are going on and all that kind of thing. We just did one of those, so there'll be one coming out very soon. You can also take part in once monthly games jammed by members of the Roll For It cast, playing random one-shots of cool, weird systems. It's not a streamed game; it's just a private game that you get to be a part of. That's the Patreon stuff. You can also support us on Twitch, doing all the normal Twitch things. You can drop us bits, they appear in the cup, and do a physics, and you can fill the cup or empty the cup or whatever you want to do with the cup. You can also give us tips, they appear on the screen, reading them out to the end of the show. Thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. And you can also, of course, subscribe on Twitch, which gives you emotes and badges and immediate access to the vaults. And right now, it is September, which means 20% off new subs and gift subs, I think, is how it works. And that's what that is. I don't know, they change it every year, so I'm like,
It's better
it
than
might
the
be like-
previous years, kind of ish.
I forget what it was like last year either.
Last year's was the worst.
Turns out they've
I
actually.
can't remember what
figured
last
this
year's was.
That's
Anyway,
why
this
we
year
can't
it's
remember, 'cause it
new
was
new
bad.
ones are 20% off and gift subs too, so that's cool, and I think we still get the normal amount we would get, so that's nice. You can also do the YouTube things. You can support us on YouTube. You can become a YouTube member, which gives you most badges over on YouTube as well. And being a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, Patreon supporter, I mean, you can join the Discord. We've got a whole bunch of different rooms in there for all the different shows and all that kind of thing. Occasionally, you can get secret hints about things that are coming because you can check the cast roles that cast members have and see if there's any secret new cryptic project names that they've been given. And all that kind of thing. There's roleplay rooms as well for all the currently ongoing shows. There's a fan art room. There's a clip and GIF room as well, and we super appreciate when you clip the show either on Twitch or on YouTube because cool moments happen. We like them to be immortalized in little easily consumable forms. Then we might put them into compilations or something. Or currently Maggie's putting a lot of them into the tweets when we're doing show announcements.
Lit tweets. So thank you. And putting together some cool compilation videos. So the more we have, the more I can do.
Exactly. Your clips may end up in those little things. You can also support us just by being here. We already it's already super awesome, and we super appreciate it if you literally have just shown up and are watching the show either live or on YouTube. It's always super awesome. We also love when you hit all the various buttons, like the likes or the follows or the subscribes or whatever, like the bells and things that are around the player that we're currently in, is super awesome as well. And we also appreciate chatting. We appreciate everyone who chats in the chats and comments in the comments. We try and read all of the chats and comments to see what people are enjoying and get feedback about the cool stuff that we're doing. Try and do more cool stuff with it. And speaking of that cool stuff, that's it. That's the shilling. We made it. We got through. We did it.
Woo!
Yeah, that's way too much
We're
power.
clearly in a silly mood today.
You know what you're
We could
talking
just
about.
clip that, Bentham, and just roll it like a trailer every time.
We've talked about doing.
That's what I've considered is what sometime I need to just sit down and do the whole spiel
We've
just
talked
recorded
about writing
and then
like a funny script that we all do, like the three of us do, and
But
like,
instead, we interrupt and make it funny, and that works.
yeah, that would
It
work.
reminds me of.
but I
when
wouldn't mind a
worked at
button that
Laser
just
Quest.
presses and then just does the thing.
I had to give like a speech to all of the players, on how to play before we went in, and it reminds me of like I would just like rapid fire it super fast, be like, all right, let's play.
Wow.
What are you wowing?
I was going to say, well,
Oh, I
that's
thought you said
everything
wow.
said and done.
I was just gonna let Co-op maybe say something because he was we're
Oh, I'm
streaming on
good.
his
No.
channel too.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, yeah, we're doing something new where we're streaming on 2 channels at once, and then like at the halfway point, we're gonna swap it over to the Roll For It channel fully, where we're at all the time, as well.
Every Thursday.
Yeah. So hope you guys enjoy it. If anybody is new here and is looking to get into D&D or see what it's all about, we have a lot of fun. So yeah, we're about to ride on an airship.
I have no idea what's going on.
Well, lucky for you, give us a
don't either.
recap.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is gonna be a
So-
mouthful. The recap here.
Mhm.
Guys got 20 minutes.
Okay, let's do this. Let's find some suitable music.
I'm liking the music, by the way.
Thank you.
Can you guess where the music's
shout
from?
out. Calvin's going to shout them out.
Is it from one of your awesome fans?
No.
I wish.
I wish they
no.
were. Maybe there are fans. Please be our fans.
I mean, they could
someday.
be. But okay, that is right. Anyway, sorry. Most of the music we have is from The Witcher 3 or from Incompetech, Epidemic Sound, or a couple of other places, including.
Incompetech should get like the internet version of a Nobel
No, seriously,
Prize.
they're so early. Kevin McClure's music is just. I
Yeah.
can't hear certain tracks without it just getting in my head.
It is 2010 YouTube.
There are like, I think a handful, maybe 5 tracks that are just on every Let's Play and every like background, like waiting moment
Yeah.
in every video at that stage. Anyway, there isn't much in Compotech, mostly because when I hear it, it automatically makes me go, I'm in editing mode. So I try to avoid that. But not because Kevin McClure's music's bad, it's really good. And there's also, I believe, some music from Frostpunk. So thank you much to the devs for all those games and stuff, and for the ones that are
Also-
not by games.
I've
We
played
got
like
some
all those.
from Tyranny and Pillars of Eternity as well, right?
Oh yeah, we have Tillers and so Obsidian
Tillers?
stuff.
Yes, Tillers of Eternity.
Tillers of Eternity. When you need a really reliable boat. Right. That all said and done, and now like 27 minutes of intro, we're going to do the recap, which is also going to be pretty long. So, a long while ago, probably about 6 months ago in game time, the entire party, which at that time consisted of Arena, Perrin, and Gatton, who was a Warforged, decided to go
Was?
into the Traveling Tower, which showed up, which showed up near Oleona, where Arena lived. They went in, they got some levels, they came out, they were like, woo, I like this traveling adventure thing, let's go in again. They went in again, they came out, they were like, woo, let's get more level, and then the Traveling Tower disappeared, as it is wont to do. as in this universe, you get levels from going to towers, and then you are judged by the gods as worthy, etc., or however you choose to frame it in your own personal and religious narrative. Then they decided to go to the Soul Spire in the nearby city of the Heroras. They went up there. They did some stuff. They were like, sure, okay, let's go in here. This is fine. This is great. Okay, wait, there's stuff going on. So the Artificer is a new class, and Arena's an Artificer, and it appears that there's something funky going on. Ooh, I have a key. What does this do? I put the key in a door inside the tower. It unlocks a special passage, and I'm pretty sure we're not meant to be in here. Also, there's a crystal that makes you go slightly bonkers, gives you knowledge of Celestial, and also makes you obsessed with reading stuff. It's a bit weird. Anyway, they came out, they were like, okay, pretty much. We now gonna go to Near-Earth because it is, you know, where Perrin's from, and it is occupied by an enemy empire, the Lumaran Empire, who we really hate, mostly because Perrin really hates them because he was there when it got invaded 8 years ago. Then they decided, sure, let's go that way. They traveled all the way down there. They were like, let's stop at Oleona because I'm sure nothing bad has happened. So they go and visit Arena's hometown before they actually go any further. Turns out that, yeah, bad things have happened. There is the evil tree underground that Perrin, well, Gan at the time got a sword from that seems to steal souls. More on that later. They decided, that's not a good idea. Let's go try and find out what's happened. Oh, wait, Arena's grandfather went down to try and battle the tree. This is getting more complicated. They went down. They fought the tree. They killed the tree, but unfortunately killed Arena's grandfather. After a very touching send-off, that's where Chapter 1 ended. Chapter 2 began with them going to Near-Earth. Along the way, they decided, let's go to Fairmeadow, where Perrin was initially raised up until he left, because things got wacky, to want of a better term. It turns out Fairmeadow was kind of partially in a demon dimension, having been, like, you know, a demon being trapped there for a while after a very complicated event involving Sir Gallant pretending to be an amazing hero, the most amazing hero in the land, you know, kind of the David Beckham circa 1998 of adventurers. That's a very specific reference. Anyway, having pretended to defeat the demon, all that actually happened was he agreed to fight the demon for, you know, a show for PR, and then he betrayed the demon and just buried it in a mine shaft. The demon's presence corrupted Fairmeadow. The adventurers went in and were like, this place is a mess. There are gnolls everywhere. The people here have been, like, demonically turned to, like, evil, and this is really messy. Then they also met a herbalist who was growing tobacco from dead people, and that was awkward.
Popular.
Arena developed the self-lighting bong, though, so some good did come out of it. Either way, they then found a missile silo that had been destroyed during the Cataclysm, headed down there. They met up with a paladin who turned out to be a paladin of evil spores, and they were like, we have stuff in common. This is something that will never bite us in the ass at all. Let's all fight against this other evil entity. Then they went downstairs, found that there was a monk down there who was a friend of a guest that the party were, like, happy friends with, and they were like, hey, what are you doing here? And he was like, oh, I'm evil now. And they're like, okay. So then they fought, they killed him. They talked to the demon the guy was trying to kill, and the demon was like, yep, thanks for that. I'm gonna leave now. I don't actually want to be here. And they were like, oh, okay, mate. By the way, there's something evil and trapped, and you probably shouldn't know about at this stage, but it's also gonna maybe destroy the world or something. And then they're like, oh, you should have led with that. So, then they all left, and they were like, let's go to Near-Earth now. Fairmeadow's totally cured. Also, we have left lots of fungus demons around, but I'm sure it's fine. Then I went to Near-Earth, having lied about their fungal paladin companion. The first thing their fungal paladin companion tried to do was try to jump down a well and poison the water supply of the world's biggest city. They got into a little bit of trouble for that, but they tried to help with the issue. Then they accidentally spawned a demon from a Kuatoa, which was a bit weird. Not demon god. And then they went to the Shadowfell on a mission to steal something from a dragon. They went, they were vaguely successful. They fought a dragon that was the son of the dragon who was trapped in the Shadowfell, became a shadow dragon, successfully killed the shadow dragon in a very awkward fight that involved a lot of running away. And then they butchered the corpse for money. Then they headed back, and then they were like, okay, we're back in Near-Earth now. That was very successful. We're friends of the Chosen Knights, who was the adventuring band that is led by Sir Gallant. That's really awkward. And then they were like, right, we need to have a name. Let's get ourselves the third name for our party. We're now Dragon Punch! ! No space.
We have
Capital
to do
P,
the Dragon
capital D.
Punch at the same time.
Okay, Dragon Punch. There you go. Peachy isn't part of Dragon Punch yet. It's fine.
Oh, it's like Dragon Punch. We do a Dragon Punch, and then you have like the electric.
We breathe fire.
A little thunder thing, because he's like.
It sounds
lightning.
like an American
Dragon Punch.
very sugary fizzy drink.
It's definitely like caffeinated, like, yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh,
Again, like,
branding.
very
We
much
should get
we're
in on
top
that.
of
Oh
the-
god, we're gonna get a brand deal for a drink now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a
oh,
potion.
God.
So good, it'll punch you in the face when you drink it.
So good, it feels like being punched in the face. I can see that
Right.
actually selling.
And put it in a good way.
Dude, we need to talk to Monster or like Red Bull and be like, sponsor us
no.
for Dragon Punch.
Here.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Dragon Fruit
no,
Kiwi?
no, I'm continuing with the recap. They then went back to Near Earth. They were like, great, this is absolutely fine. Hey, parent, do you want to talk to your parents and stuff and see how they're getting on? Because they're really obsessed with like the revolution and being able to liberate Near Earth. And parents were like, that's great. Hey, mom, how's it going? Oh, hey, I'm just like killing Lamarian soldiers and working them from the inside, etc. But by the way, you stirred up a bit of trouble and now they want to do really bad things. You should go stop them. Okay, mom, I'm gonna go find out how I can stop them. Oh, hey, they want to unleash zombies. Okay. Wait,
Not
I didn't
what
mean
happened.
that. The zombies get unleashed. The
Not
city
what-
gets
I
overrun
didn't
with
say
zombies
okay.
temporarily. However, unluckily, the zombies don't actually happen to roll that well, in all honesty. People manage to run away, that the zombies don't actually grow as much, and then they're contained and dealt with. The actual, like, band of rebels, freedom fighters, whatever you want to call them, that tried to use that as a distraction to obtain a naval airship, gets a naval airship, and then is destroyed by the Empress, who is the lioness who leads the Lamarian Empire. And then that pretty much brings us up to date, except for the fact they go and talk to Rendry about their new companion, Skith. Turns out that Skith left the sheer satrapy with a whole load of really useful data
I
about...
lost half of it.
Yeah, you lost half of it.
He
About
lost and sold some of it to people he doesn't even remember.
Power Heralds, about the key that Arena has. Apparently he's got like an early blueprint that got nicked. And also a diagram of the towers and how they operate, which was recently translated. Also, Gatton is now a tree.
And we're
Yeah.
we're on a mission to find my brother who is in the tower. Well, we
And
think
you've
he's near
recently
the tower
learned-
in the beast style.
Yes. You've
Yeah.
recently learned that your brother is in the B-Styles. You suspect, because you rolled a really good nature roll, and from the tutor of Perrin called Peachy, that they know an airship that is going to take you there shortly. Is that everything?
Yeah.
Can someone clip
also-
that, slow that down about 50% and then as a recap? Because
It wouldn't make much sense anyway.
Yeah.
There was
should
a
clip
lot
that, though.
in
That's a
There was
we
a
should
lot.
recap. We should
Look, there is a
set as
year of
recap.
data I'm trying to compress. That's like, how many hours? 2,000 hours?
Like, I
2,000
told
hours.
you,
I
I was
did-
like,
I did
wanna
like
be on
that
an
you-
airship.
I did like that you spent ages on Fairmeadow, but the entirety of the Hero Ras was they went there and did some stuff.
I like how someone's
Yeah.
like, I think they killed a tree. Like,
Yeah,
that's
that
what I
was-
got out of
one
it.
of the
the thing I got out of it was there was a tree, but it was underground. Like that does not make sense. The rest of it,
It
I'm
was
like,
it was
"Ah."
a vampire tree. It's
a
okay. It
vampire
doesn't
tree.
need.
So there's a
like-
vampire like city underground.
It got buried by a big magical event a long time ago, and then the tree kind of withered, and now
Vampires
just
used
absorb
to
people.
rule a lot of the world. So like I'm like,
No, only the dead cities.
yeah. So for me, it's a lot of my world. I'm a tiny.
It's true. You are a gnome.
I'm
from
a
that.
tiny gnome, and we're in the gnome lands. We were all kind of controlled by like vampires for a really long time, and
And
gnomes
then
live for a
when-
long time.
Yeah, when the vampires were defeated, someone took one of the Lord Vampire's soul-eating swords and ran him through into a tree with the sword and just left him there. And possibly the souls of like everyone he
Started
ever killed with the
leaking
sword
into the
went
tree.
into the tree and made it into a vampire tree.
Yeah.
And it was a
So
bad
it's a
time.
tree
We
of
have the sword now.
vampires rather than a tree that is a vampire.
Yeah, it was a tree that had
Yes.
vampire bits inside of it.
Okay.
Yeah, it seemed like it was like a vampiric
But anyway, you
tree,
killed
like
it, so it's fine. So
yeah,
we're not
we
going to
killed
go
it.
back
No,
to
it's
that.
all
so
good.
it's
It's all
Totally
good.
fine.
Dead.
We totally killed it. Totally dead. Everything's
We
fine.
did at one point break off a branch of it and trade it to a witch.
Yeah.
Oh.
That
Yeah,
sounds
Ben.
totally harmless.
Yeah.
I didn't
Kind of forgot
any
about
of
that,
this.
but we
Would
did in
hacks
fact
never
do
come
that.
back to bite you.
Yeah.
Wait, why did we even give it? Did we need anything from that witch? I don't
Yeah.
remember why we even gave her the branch.
We
I don't think it was
traded
that
her
important.
for that, or we traded it for the information for a monk friend, so that he could find his family.
That's nice.
No, she wanted a his memories are related to his parents because of that.
What did
I
we
don't know
give
what
the
the
witch? I don't. What did the witch give us? I don't know.
Looking.
You
Probably
guys
wasn't a
always
good
should
deal.
ask
In
for
hindsight,
gold,
very
too.
bad deal. We like.
Yeah, that
There's
was
a
early
vampire
on.
tree branch out there.
Biggest
Anyway.
mistake, you gave us the scroll of disintegrate, and now I can blow up anything.
Yes. Rendry
One
did give you
time.
a scroll of disintegrate for you to map the top of 3 towers and bring them to Rendry, and Rendry was gonna give you the translations and the theories and everything. And the ring.
So the scroll disintegrate is reserved for if we find a wall of force in the beast tower. Can't use it on anything else.
I negotiated the scroll, so.
But if we
think-
get
do
there
you
and there's
think
a wall
Skip
of
was
force
like,
that we can't
That's really what I
pass?"
want to use it for. I mean, I'm just saying, if there's another problem that's value is, we'll see. I don't know. Like that
Disintegrate
rat's
does
looking
solve
like
a lot of
pretty good
problems.
target for disintegrate.
Don't disintegrate the rat. There are easier ways to kill the rat, and also you shouldn't kill the
Leave
rat.
my rat alone.
Oh. We're gonna open back in the city of Near-Death. This is the latest we've ever started an episode.
This is the latest we've ever, yeah.
So, we open back in the city of Near-Death, a city that until recently was having a pretty relatively placid 8 years of occupation. Having celebrated the 9th year of occupation, immediately afterwards it was beset with both a very terrible failed revolution attempt by a load of rebels, and also a zombie invasion by husk zombies. Big difference being that when they kill someone, they rise as a husk zombie, so they tend to spread very quickly. So, both of those dealt with, the city is somewhat of a mess right now. Large chunks of it are untouched, but some areas that are touched have been very much affected. There are streets where they're just tents, where people have been rehoused temporarily. There are sections of burned down due to fire. But, as is always the case, as adventurers who are pretty well off and incredibly powerful compared to the commonplace folk, your lives are relatively untouched. Except for the week that Skith had to spend doing community service, the 2 weeks, because he was involved in a failed painting stealing caper. Either way,
You'll never prove it.
I mean, they pretty proved it. They caught you red-handed. You failed every check.
Prove it.
Someone go link him the VOD. So, with that all said and done, it is the day before you are due to get your airship. You're going to meet Peachy in the inner city tomorrow on Moon's Day. Today is Sun's Day on the 25th of Full Hail, in the middle of autumn. I believe a few of you have some plans and stuff that you would like to do just before you go, before you are ready to actually completely depart Near-Death. Because when this airship leaves, it will be going, like there's no turning around. So, concerning that Arena is busy working on something just temporarily, Skith and Perrin, anything you want to do?
This might form a flashback considering the timing of it, but Perrin needs to have a chat with his parents before they head out to who knows where, and that's one of the reasons he needs to know where they're going. But also,
Okay.
wish him
So-
good luck and all that.
Because there's been a 4-week time skip, and you do have a sending stone, you can send 25 words a day. Effectively, over the last few days, they will have sent you a much longer message, which will consist of, Perrin, it might not have all worked out, but we're glad you at least helped where you could help. Thank you. And yes, you mentioned about going back home. Me and your father, we're gonna try and go that way. Obviously, after most of the rebels are also leaving the city, there are a few more guards on the road. But I think I should be able to get us there.
They know their house is burned down, right?
I think Perrin did tell them that,
Perrin did
that the
mention
house. I think, yeah.
I couldn't
His-
remember if
His
you
mum
told
at
them.
least knows that the house got burned down. But I mean, on the plus
There are a
side,
lot of other
there's,
houses.
there's lots of free real estate. They can pick the biggest house in Fairmeadow when they
Benefits
get
for Demon Invasion. The housing market just collapses. You can pick things up for rock bottom prices.
Yeah, Perrin
just
will
sit in them.
definitely send them back a message saying, like, Just watch yourselves out there. Make sure you've got some company of at least some skill, some levels, because there may still be things in the town, but it's not going to get any worse. It can only get better.
Aaron, you said you cleared it out, and I am level 5. Your father is not any levels whatsoever.
We freed the demon. That was the main thing.
Wait, you freed the demon?
Well, it was trapped there. It didn't actually want to be there. So you pick your battle.
I never knew you to be so thoughtful and caring of demons' well-being.
The important thing is Fairmeadow will return to normal, and there may still be something left there, but with enough help, you'll keep the place safe. I also want to have sent them the chip from old Pip, the harvester robot that we kept hold of.
Oh, I have that.
You have no fixed address to send it to them. They already left pretty early on, but you can send it to Fairmeadow. You can get a courier to send that.
Sure, I'll send it to Fairmeadow.
Okay, let me check the cost of a courier.
I don't know if we want to give them that chip.
But why not? The reason we took it was so that like the Lumarians couldn't steal the harvester or whatever.
20 gold.
Yeah, she's only level
20
5. She's
gold for
one
a
level 5 person.
You're sending a package 220 kilometers. Actually, I can lower that. It's miles is the D&D conversion. 170, so 17 gold.
Yeah, I have.
Okay, I'll spend.
It's Pip's
spend the
brain.
gold.
Like we could probably put that into something else.
But they need their harvester robot. That was why Fairmeadow worked before, is they had a nice harvester
We could
robot,
make
so they had
a
good
robot,
crops.
Perrin.
Parent to Arena just going to be like, it belongs in near Dearth. The people of, like, at least some people of near, no, it belongs in Fairmeadow. At least some people in Fairmeadow are returning there. They're going to need it.
Perrin, I could probably create something amazing with this. Look, I could make some kind of module that I could put into the soul entropy, and maybe I could put it inside of Corvidbot.
I don't even know what that means. Let's just send it back. It works in there. They can plug it in. They might need help from someone who understands that stuff. But if they can get Pip working,
persuasion
they
here,
can get.
sir.
Oh, damn it. Okay.
What do I
Can you
counter
make me
for
roll
persuasion?
persuasion?
It's up to you.
20.
If it
That's
comes
pretty
down to morality, I would say probably a wisdom. If it comes down to sheer what I can do with this, it might be an int.
I think it's a share of what I can do with it. Because Arena's like,
no.
she has like,
No, she's good at int.
She could do so many things. So it'd be like an int save.
Go for it.
I'm
There's
not
no
giving you
rules
my.
for
I'm not giving you my
PvP.
aura bonus for the save. You don't get that +3. I deny it you.
Oh yeah, you can deny it.
I
from
walk
me.
25 feet away from you, so you
I
can't
love
get
it. It's a 19 versus a 20. So good. I walked 10 feet away from you.
In this instance, she does not count as an ally for the social one.
Yeah,
so she
yeah,
wouldn't get
I
the
wouldn't.
case anyway.
But I love that it's a 19 versus a 20. Like that's so like we're like both
Like,
so close.
Perrin has to actually pull it out of your hands. You don't resist, but he actually has to pull it out of your hands.
All right,
let go of the circuit board, Arena.
She gives it to you. I will remove it from my inventory. I will delete it.
So we only ever took it from there so that someone else couldn't misuse the harvester. Now that
What about the logbook?
Good
Because I
people
also
are
have his
going-
logbook.
they're gonna need that too.
Okay. All right.
Okay, that'll be 17 gold.
Arena looks suspicious and she's like holding something else behind her back and you're like, what is that?
Wait a minute, wasn't there a logbook?
Yeah. Oh no. But she's terrible at lying, you figure it out.
I have spent 17 gold. If my blowing parents decided to bounce so fast, I could have just handed it to him. Didn't even tell me they were going until they were going.
I mean, there was armed uprising that they were part of.
That is, I mean, it's true. I do apologize to them. I do say I'm sorry that it went the way it did. I wish that either it could have worked or Tarku could have been less stupid.
Perrin, did want to speak to you about something. This is all literally Perrin is holding a stone in
Yeah,
his
this has
room,
taken weeks.
shot over several weeks. Are one or two of the guards for Arca's operation said you were there? That you talked with him?
I couldn't stop him releasing the zombies. I let him go because he was gonna do some good and then die anyway.
Christ. Oh.
Make a persuasion roll.
Alright. Persuasion roll over the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a 9. That makes sense.
Perrin, is this something you're not telling me?
I tried to make the right choice. I don't know if I did.
You know, when you're a little boy and you broke your favorite toy, that little Commodus the Great one, and I told you not to worry about it. It could all be fixed. Well, when you break a city, a bit harder. You're getting powerful now. Just bear that in mind.
Perrin just puts the rock away after that one.
Okay. However, the next day you do get the final part of that message.
Okay.
They also told me Harker survived. That someone offered to bankroll his fight against the Lemurian Empire. Most of the people went with him.
Perrin's just gonna say to himself, how in the hell? It's gonna like flash back to like the airship that in the distance and you know the lioness just bloomin' Captain Marveling it. Be like, how?
I mean, I'm gonna tell the camera, you don't know, but zoom in on that moment and you see a tiny flash on board, and then a tiny flash, and 2 people disappear.
Yeah. See, this is what Arena said. She was like, that doesn't guarantee he's gonna die.
God damn it.
Don't worry, you still got your fancy ring on him, though.
He did put the ring on.
Put it on. He has to remain on with
attuned to
entrance
it,
to tune. You didn't spend long to find out.
That's true.
For those of you at home, Harker was the leader of the armed insurrection in Near-Earth, and he knows way too much about Perrin and Perrin's complicity with at least the first part of the organization before they actually went and did the rebellion. And so Perrin is kind of worried that, you know, if Harker's alive, he might rumble to the Lemurian Empire that Perrin at least is somewhat involved.
Don't sound like nice people.
No. I mean, he put a bunch of zombies into a ginormous city, so no
In
bueno.
fairness, it was a very effective plan.
But to be fair,
Morally,
Perrin didn't know. It is truthful that Perrin did not know what if the husks were already in play or not. He did not know that. But he
Perrin
did
thought
let.
they'd already been released, so he
he
was
did
like,
let
well, I
Harker
guess that's
go.
done. I'm gonna go deal with the zombies that you released, you idiot. Go blow up some enemy stuff so that at least something good comes of
His
this.
mom
And then die.
also
His mom
specifically said to stop him.
Well, yeah,
Parker,
it was
You
go
started
stop
a
Harker,
guard,
and it was too
but
late.
then you're like, you go ahead. Go blow up the town.
Let's talk,
it's fine.
buddy. Let's talk.
It's fine. We've had this conversation before.
It's fine.
We love
Baron
you,
did nothing
Bentham.
wrong, or
No,
maybe
Bentham.
something slightly wrong, but
Here's the thing.
mostly not wrong.
I love it because Bentham is playing his character exactly how he would. Because he's a fucking vengeance paladin. I tried to make the right decision as a vengeance paladin.
He's a vengeance paladin who's part warlock, whose patron
Speaks like this.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it makes perfect sense that he made the like out of character. I love that he made this decision. In character, Arena does not agree.
Remember, out of
God
character
damn
and
it.
character are two different things.
Yeah.
Right.
Just because
Anything?
people give us shit for giving Bentham that, and it's like, no, it's not. Please, we love what he did.
Yeah, I think you're all gonna really ruin Peachy. Like Peachy's adorableness,
Aw.
our adorableness might not survive contact with the party.
Yeah, I don't know if she will.
But anything else anyone would like to do other than disappoint their parents?
I need to talk to Pietro to see if he wants to join us or not.
Okay, well that was a poll on the Patreon, and
I guess I find out what the answer is because I haven't. participated.
So I wanted to have a little chat with you before we do our prayers tonight.
so we see Arena, a gnome in her room, sitting with
No,
what is
I'm in
effectively
Skip's room.
You're in Skiff's room. Oh yeah, you're all in the same room, but Skiff's not there right now.
Not there. In my
But
room.
in front of you is a 10-inch tall pangolin, sitting up with a little black cape. Now has a leather-bound tome strapped to its back like a backpack, with a pearl attached on a leather cord around his neck. Talking
Mine.
in common. Yes, it is totally yours.
Well, we're getting art made, by the way. Of just so you know, all the art that you see on our like character art is all made by Void Smoker, and Void is going to be making Pietro art for us. And we will be
Pangolins
getting.
may be cute, but don't have them as pets. You're most traded animal in the world to their
Yeah.
demise.
They are like so in danger because of that.
Yeah,
Mm.
but that's why I love them.
Because they're traded?
No,
Okay.
because they're in danger.
We gave
I
this
wanted
one
to- I wanted
sentience.
to
He's his
give
own
them-
man now.
I don't know if you so much as a crazy random level of happenstance.
We didn't intentionally make him sentient, but we're not upset. Oh, cool. He can talk now.
Arena, I've been giving it a lot of thought, and while I did consider staying in Near-Earth to continue my life of crime, I would like to come to the Beast House and get more powerful and travel with you. I mean, I don't have to get more
It's going
powerful.
to be
I
very
can,
dangerous, Pietro. Maybe you are safer here. And I don't know about the towers, but that is your choice.
but I can go invisible now.
What? Show me.
You see Pietro like touch his book, like riffle through the edge of the page with one claw before chanting, and disappears.
Arena stands in front of him and goes,
Now you see me? Now you don't.
and then she goes invisible too. And then they like run around the
Okay,
room.
now we're
invisible
Like,
together.
gonna bump into each other. This is really ow. No, okay, I'm gonna lose. I'm only 10 inches tall. You're much bigger than me.
I've never thought about playing tag while invisible. It's kind of fun.
I think a tag would count as an attack and would probably break the invisibility.
She tags him.
You become visible.
We need to master this. There has to be a spell that is invisible that lets me do tags.
Maybe greater tag.
Yes. We will have to find this.
We should
Well,
find this out.
As
Okay.
much as I don't want you to go because it is dangerous, kind of happy you want to go.
I really want to show you this.
Okay, I want to see. Let's see.
Oh, I have to become visible again.
Okay.
Pietro becomes visible. You see again the 10-inch tall pangolin.
Well, you know, Perrin can make a sword
Mm-hmm.
just appear out of the hilt
Oh
that
yes,
he's got.
the shadowy sword. It's very,
That
very
thing,
good.
yeah, is really cool. But I can do better.
And you see Pietro hold out his hand, and the shadow around Pietro gets absorbed into his hand and then extends out as a blade. The grip, the entire blade, stretching about 2.5-3 foot. And you have a 10-inch pangolin carrying what is effectively like a Final
It's bigger than
Fantasy
me.
like blade that is taller than Arena.
Arena's like,
Deep active the blade?
That is so cool! Wow.
Oh, and I figured out how to do this.
And like you see him swing the sword over his head and then jump and bring it down. Lightning crackles around it, and there's a blast of lightning on the ground as the blade passes harmlessly through the floor because psychic damage doesn't do anything.
okay, Arena's about to start
objects.
mending the floor.
So
That
yeah, I
is
can come with you
so
now.
cool.
It's like an anime. He's like an anime character. Oh
I
I love it. I love it.
do not know what anime is, but you may introduce me
out of
later.
Out of character. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I mean, I was saying.
Does anime exist in the Ascension universe?
Don't even ask
I
me
wanna
complicated
know.
questions like that. We already had a long conversation about feathers and furries. I don't think my creative
it
mind
pro-
can manage much more today.
It probably did before the Cataclysm and may be responsible for the Cataclysm.
There we go. The cataclysm existed to end anime.
Arena will kind of like move Geb around and say,
I guess it is going to be us three then are going on this adventure. Right,
As
Gib?
we see a small albino rat with a little collar that says Gip.
I think that I'm going to probably make something for him to go into Corvette bot with. Kind of like I did with you. You remember?
I mean, yes, I remember. But won't it be weird? At least I was a pangolin in a pangolin mech suit.
Yeah.
Now you're gonna put a rat in a raven mech suit?
Well, I don't have time to make the raven into a rat. That would be so much more time.
she like pulls out her blueprints and she starts looking at it like she's already starting to think about how she can make a giant rat.
You could probably do it pretty quickly, actually.
But I kind of want to keep it as a raven because, you know, the Raven Queen.
Okay, so we just need to turn Gip into a raven then.
Oh, no. Gib already has been changed enough, I think. Right, Gib? Can you believe he used to be a platinum coin? I bet he is the most expensive rat that has ever existed.
So how do we measure his age?
I guess he was born...
Was he
when
born when the coin was minted?
Oh. Well, I don't know when that happened. I would say we'll call his birthday...
What day was it when we got him? Was that Towers Day, the 23rd of Fall Moon?
23rd of Fall
Of Fall Moon, yeah.
We will have his birthday be the 23rd of Fullmoon.
If you can write that in the Cast Ascension chat so that it's permanently logged somewhere in case you actually manage to survive another year in this balmy world.
Okay.
We
will
have
have
to celebrate
albino
the
rat
rat's
birthday.
Is it GIBBS? Gib? Or GIBB?
GIPP,
GIPP. Oh, Gip. Gip's birthday. Okay.
I believe. Let me
It
just
was,
double check.
but it
the
was
name.
Geep. It was
Oh, it's
previously
Geep. Sorry, you're right. It's
Geep.
Geep.
Yeah.
G-E-E-P. Geep.
It'll keep being like Gip
G-
and
D-
Gap and
E?
Geep. G-E-E-P.
D-E. Oh, it's Deep. His name
No,
is
G.
Deep.
G.
No,
I'm
it's
going
like
Jeep
Golf
with
Echo
G
Echo
written.
Papa.
Oh my god.
Golf Echo Echo Papa.
Deep. Okay. All right. I've been spelling it wrong this entire time, so.
That's how I got
Yelling it in
confused.
the chat.
Okay. Cool. cool.
Okay. Any other scenes we need to have?
At some point, I need to learn about the sword from Renry Tonk.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. Skith?
I've been doing errands for Rindy this whole time in disguise and getting stuff for him. I did want to like try to ask him how it's possible to extend your life, like what that would take in private and not in front of the other party members.
Okay. So, Perrin is due to come over later today to talk about the sword. But we cut to Skith, a blue dragonborn in long flowing robes, who is in the middle of what can only be described as a tinker's workshop that has never been cleared up. Like, imagine high level academia mixed with the workshop of someone who's very obsessed with clocks. That's probably pretty accurate. There is a tiny model airship overhead that is currently spewing smoke from one of its engines as it circles. There's piles of paper, and in the back there is like two large staircases that kind of sweep back towards an entrance that goes further in. And in the middle of that, like, circular area is what appears to be a tower, but miniature, only about 25 foot tall. And as we look at the very small creature in front of Skith, we see a little red kobold in very oil-stained dungarees. Find my rendering music.
So, you want to know about life?
Yes, I've noticed you've been around quite a while past your expiration date, and that was something I've been interested in for a while now.
Yes.
What all would that entail? What would one need to do in order to live longer?
So, don't smoke. Eat healthy. Have 5 fruit and veg every day. Do not be an adventurer. Actually, you should probably be an adventurer. The health benefits are really good. Oh, do you mean like more than like normal Dragonborn life?
Yes, it's weird. Arena's could be my grandmother. The idea of her outliving me, and Perrin as well. I mean, they need my help.
Really?
And, you know, I could probably get
You're the one
a
hiding out
lot
in
more
my shop.
done.
Okay, that is true. Okay, Oceans of longevity. Teen lifestyle. Being a druid. Being a monk. Editing your soul with a soul forge.
Ah, yes, that one seems interesting. Is that what you've done?
Who told you that?
Merely my intuition.
Make a deception roll.
He told us this.
He did basically tell us before. I don't think he said it
Fine.
outright, but
I don't
he did
remember
basically
who
tell
told
us.
me
He
it.
told us.
I have no wisdom. I don't remember who told me.
I know you don't remember. That makes sense that you don't remember. I'm just like,
I just remember
Sorry,
hearing it.
does Rendry Tonk seem like someone who also has a like high amount of wisdom?
No, he does not.
I was just like behind Rendry, you can see like the giant rock that has a sign on it saying "Totally not a soul forge" and like an open book about like how to reprogram your soul to have like eternal life.
Yeah, you can see Rendry just being like,
Okay, I must have forgotten. Yes. You just simply take a code that is on one person's soul, and you study them, and then you transplant it onto yours. But there are side effects. Trying to run enchanted soul mechanics on someone else's soul without first actually going through the process of actually using the safety leveling procedures that the towers use can be somewhat dangerous. Luckily, I suffered no side effects.
That's very impressive. Would I explode?
Possibly. Oh,
Well,
Also-
is there a way to make my chances better?
yes, don't do it.
Hmm.
But
What if
also,
I
you could
was
just go
higher
up to the
level?
top of the tower and get a boon.
Would I,
At least
would I
that's
need
what
the
the rumor
crystal
is.
for that?
Oh, no. It is rumored that if you do the towers in a certain way, or you do something special, you can get a boon, which is bestowed upon you by the Herald. It's only rumored. No one talks about it.
He's like thinking in his head. Do I need certain keys? Do I need to open certain doors? Do I need to talk to the Herald? Like what? How would that process?
Okay.
work out?
So, right. Rumored different ways. Firstly, showing extreme prowess or fortitude which can be mental, physical, or even emotional, to be honest. Depends on the god, depends on the herald. But it can vary. Also, other things like refusing all gold rooms and yet unlocking all of them, or not taking a break in the center of the tower when you're doing a run, or being a wizard and not casting spells or something. They're all rumors. No one's proved it.
That is very interesting. You're full of useful information. I love this place. It's becoming like a second home. Hopefully I've been useful.
Yes. I mean, considering if I go outside of here, the gods might smite me down. It is useful to have someone to fetch and carry.
Yes, I normally don't mind being alone. But you're pretty good company. And you make some excellent tea as well.
Yes.
He's
Yes,
just going to try to
tweak the
butter him
formula.
up.
Make a persuasion roll. You're doing a pretty good job. You've had a week with him. 2 technically, because unless you spent some time. Oh, 27.
Yes.
You see, like, a very faint red patch appear on the already red scales of the kobold. Like, there is some sort of blushing mechanic going on that doesn't quite translate, but it's definitely happening.
Yes. You're allowed to come back.
Thank you.
Baron should be here any second. Do you have any other really important questions that you definitely didn't want to ask around here?
No. Let's not mention the Soul Forge to him. Who knows what he'll do with that.
Oh, okay. Wait, what Soul Forge? I didn't tell you about my Soul Forge.
All right, you didn't tell me about it. I forgot. Let's just not mention it to Baron either way.
Okay.
Aaron, you walk in.
Baron.
Vendry and Skiz, good to see you.
Hi, we're not telling you about the Soul Forge.
That's right. You'll not get a word from us.
I mean, I already know that you have a soul forge.
No, I don't.
Like,
I've
I don't
never
think you
seen it.
told me, but you kind of let slip that you have a soul forge. It's right there. I pointed out the
doesn't sound
soul
like me.
forge.
Oh,
Baron, we
that's-
missed you. Great to see you,
That's your
Baron.
soul forge. You know you have a soul forge. That's not okay.
That's
I don't.
fine.
What can we
Anyway,
get for you?
are you just a part of? I mean, I guess you've been here a while. I'm here about the sword. Did you ever have a chance to have a look at it and see what the crack is? Pun intended.
Oh, right. The soul has a binding enchantment on it.
Just like each of the souls inside the sword.
Oh, no. Okay, so this sword of yours, which when you kill things with souls, absorbs the souls into a little pocket dimension inside, which you said is like a prison with chains, except the prison's demolished and the chains are doing something.
Yeah, the chains go up into the sky. You can't see where they go because of the mists, and the whole place is made of metal. Entire plane is made of metal.
Right. Seems like it's a binding enchantment. It's not binding the souls, but it is part of a binding enchantment. It's sending energy elsewhere to bind something. And whatever it is, this is a part of it, like a sympathetic link or something. So, when there are souls inside, they are binding whatever it's attached to. And the thing is beginning to pull at the seams, and it's...
I told
What
you it
sort
wants
of
more souls.
thing could it be binding? Like
I don't
a being, an object, a
Yes.
plane?
Also,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, that narrows it down. Cool. All right.
Probably
think I want
something
to be
bigger than
around
a
it.
being. Maybe like primordial, demigod, god, Titan, big dragon, Ekinchonka dragon, oh Lord, he coming dragon.
And if the bond was broken, that would probably be bad news because maybe the thing that was bound to it would be angry.
Oh, well, the thing that we're bound to would be probably very pleased because it would be easy for it to break its bindings. This is supplementing some existing binding.
Leave it in the
Okay.
middle of the city, Baron. And when it broke out, it would destroy it like you want.
I don't want to destroy the city.
Oh, the palace or whatever you were trying to blow up earlier.
Wait, what? Which city?
Just an idea. You don't have to
Which
do
class?
it.
He's making things up. I didn't try and blow anything up.
Persuasion from Skith. Persuasion or deception from Perrin. It's edge case.
Said that in front of
Persuasion.
Freddy. Oh,
Not
Can't even
deception,
leave the
'cause I didn't
place.
do
It's
it.
fine. Oh, that's a
23.
performance, Sorry.
we gotta come back.
That makes sense.
Oh, look, Skith, I know Perrin's somewhat misguided, but you are more misguided than Perrin is. So, Perrin's probably telling the truth here. He would never do anything like that. He wouldn't destroy a city or anything.
Just trying to support my friend's interests.
Perrin doesn't voice the idea of leaving the sword in the middle of Sunthrone.
Of course you do.
He thinks
Leave
it, he
you two
doesn't say
alone
it.
for 5. I leave anybody alone with Skith, and he just takes them to the dark side. He's like, "Come here, Perrin. Come here, Pietro."
I'm just trying, like
No,
I
it's
said,
great. I love
to
it.
stoke the flames of whatever passion he has.
Just don't tell
damn it.
Arena, because last time you told
Okay,
her.
okay. You're simply on the misnomer. This is a sympathetic link. It isn't actually the binding. It is like, Reggie holds up 2 tuning forks. This can be bound to this. And this can then transfer magical energy to this. But if you break this, it doesn't make that broken. It just makes that easier to... Look, it's not a great analogy. Throws the tuning forks over his shoulders. Look, the idea is, if you break the sword, it just makes it really, really easy for whatever's bound to get out. It removes the extra shackle. This is like putting an extra lock on a lock. Does that make sense?
If you are going to keep that thing, Perrin, you're going to need to stab some more stuff. I don't want
Okay,
that
that
thing
is a very
going
simple and oversimplified way of saying it, but yeah, you need to stab things.
See?
It
What if we're
needs
sleeping and it
souls.
goes off?
Okay.
I mean, whatever gets out wouldn't necessarily come out here. The sword is just a lock. It's not necessarily the actual door. I don't know where that would be.
If nothing else, I can hope that if the thing that this is bound to becomes free, then it will be happy that I didn't use the sword and will leave me alone. But it could be something evil that we don't want to unleash on the world. Any way I can find out what this is bound to? Any way to follow that up?
I mean, you could try and follow the link.
What does that entail?
Probably would need to go to the astral plane. Maybe the ethereal plane. And then look for signs of the energy. That'd be dangerous.
Okay, I can't do that, so we'll put that
Oh,
on the
that's
to-do
easy.
list.
No, that's fine. But
Okay,
also,
maybe next
really
time
dangerous.
I'm here.
No, really dangerous.
Yeah.
You're not tough enough for it.
All right, but okay, leave that one off the list for now. So you were saying that if I use the sword on a being with a soul, then it would repair the damage, or at least stop the damage progressing.
Probably. Depends on the power of the individual. I'm not sure if it can mend. You might have broken it.
Well, I don't intend on running into any demons or anything, but yeah, if I do, I suppose.
It is a very high level, very powerful artifact. Most of those include self-repair mechanics inside of the actual bindings. So presumably?
So what I don't understand is that this sword was dormant for hundreds of years. Like, we found it embedded in a tree through a vampire lord. That was put there at the end of Nerul's time.
Was
And
the
nothing-
tree feeding it?
I got the impression the sword was feeding the tree, if anything.
Huh.
When we got the sword, there were no souls in it, and then a couple have ended up in it. Not because of my use, other people have used the sword.
Maybe the tree kept it inactive. Or, whatever it is on the other end of this has tried to only get out recently. Or, I don't know. Could be the tree was feeding it and it was feeding the tree, like some sort of parasynthetic relationship.
Okay. Think there's anything that I could do to put it back in that
Parasynthetic.
state?
Souls.
Oh, you're not here. Sorry.
If I... Well, the tree's destroyed now. I can't put the sword back. I don't know. I guess I'll keep it with me, and if I happen to come across a demon, then it'll be a perfect time to, two birds, one stone.
Or devil.
Yeah, demon, devil, whatever. Something that's doing horrible things.
Oh, like the person who unleashed zombies in the city the other month. If you could find them and stab them with it.
I mean, if that happens to come up, I suppose. I don't know what the cost of eternally being trapped in a sword is compared to multiple other lives.
Oh, also the souls do leave the sword.
Oh, intact by the end, or
looks like it.
Pieces?
Just a really long time.
Oh, so eventually everyone that is in the sword will become free and
yeah, there's a flaw in the
their
enchantment.
afterlife.
Oh, that's great
Flaw.
news, Perrin. You can start stabbing people now. They'll eventually be free.
Yeah, now I guess it's not an eternity of damnation and all the ultimate destruction of their soul. It's just imprisonment.
Yes, completely
That's
guilt-free.
All right, you don't need to rub it in, but that's good. That does mean I'm not destroying people's souls.
All I can tell you is that the energy does drain out of the sword because there is a flaw in the enchantment. So it could be a really long time.
Well, it seems like it's less than 200 years because it was empty by the time we found it, and it must have
Maybe
been
the
used
tree
last.
was like sucking the souls out with like extra power.
Maybe
Look, you were going to bring me this tree. Why did you destroy it?
because it was an evil vampire blight tree. It could teleport, I think, or walk. One of those. It was moving.
So?
It was killing people.
And?
And people talk about me and bloomin' zombies.
Okay, what did you do with the zombies?
I didn't do anything with the zombies. Everyone keeps. Doesn't matter. Thank you for the
That's right.
stuff
He
about
didn't
the sword.
do anything with them. It's very accurate.
Has he
I killed
multiclassed into a
zombies.
necromancer?
I killed plenty
more
of zombies.
than you, Perrin. I've spent more time cleaning up zombies. Don't talk to
Because
me
you
about
got caught
zombies.
stealing a painting.
But it was for a good reason, Perrin.
It was for a good reason. Pietro was telling me.
See?
Okay, I think I've got everything I need. Thank you for the information about the sword.
Okay, when you go, I'm gonna pull up the dimensional anchor.
I guess you don't know where you'll end up.
Nope. Life is an adventure.
Arena's outside about to put the key in the door. No, I'm just kidding. Just
No.
kidding. That's what she wants to. She was like really thinking about it.
No breaking Rentry's pocket dimension.
When we were having a conversation outside, she just kept looking at the keyhole. Previous episode.
All right,
Well, then,
well, come and get me before we leave, Perrin. And I'll go get tea started for us. So I can finish my research.
And I wish you good luck on your journeys, Rendry. I hope we meet again.
Okay.
Just try and drop anchor in another city. Preferably not a Lumarian-owned one. I probably won't be in those.
Did you do something?
No, I just don't like them, okay?
But aren't you
You
like
know,
some
today-
Lemurian hero now?
Apparently so.
Didn't you go to like somewhere called Andorra and like liberate it and take it over the Lemurians?
No, there were zombies and we fought the zombies. And then the Lumarians showed up and they stole the glory and they took the town. That's what happened.
You show up where there are zombies an awful lot.
Three times there was one in Vihuras, but it was the same zombies.
Perrin, the Lemurians don't have a choice. They're just following orders. They come from the top.
Yeah, I know, it's the lioness.
You can't hate everyone, Perrin. Got to treat people as individuals.
I don't want to go to Sunthrone because, it's the lioness's city. She's going to be paying more attention there.
Yes, it is her fault. Everyone is just scared of her.
Yes, no, I agree.
But
I
that's
think
what
that's
Peppa
what's
is, right?
going on. I don't know where.
Peppa's in Sun Throne. That's
Who's Peppa?
The letter you've had for like 4 months.
it's our Baron buddy's letter. His
Oh, right, for
love letter.
Okay.
Peppa
right.
Ross.
I forgot.
It's Edmund
Yeah,
Heifel's.
we should just send a
Forbidden
courier or
Love.
something.
No.
17 gold for
We need to go. Okay, sorry.
Oh,
Go ahead.
dear.
Keep going.
I just want to steer clear of the Lumarians wherever possible. I'd rather go to Keldwyn, or maybe we could go to the Dakar McConnell League. You know, people that would, you know, that either would or are be at war with the Lumarians.
Well, you'll be fine. I don't expect there to be Lemurians on the Beast Isle.
No, I wouldn't expect so. But then, at the same time, wouldn't put it past them to give it a go. Probably the only thing stopping them from setting up some kind of colony on the Beast Isle is the fact that Ursuline is in the way. At the end of the day, the Lumarian Empire has 3 towers. No other nation can boast that many, and there's various different ways that they're close to a 4th.
Yes, we're very lucky to get an airship. I think they're running short on them lately.
It was a military port. They were war airships.
What are you going on about?
Wait,
It's
what about an airship and a military port? I'm very confused.
It doesn't matter. Listen, just okay. I will see you hopefully at some future time, Rendry, and I'll see you in a couple
Right.
days, Skith, when we're setting off.
Make sure to drop 3 towers
Yeah, we'll do that.
and take care of this one. This is a little bit iffy at the fetching and carrying, but potential.
I'm working on it. It's a
I
skill
think
I'm
he's a
trying
bit
to acquire.
unwise, though. You should take care of him. He needs close watching.
I can hear you.
Yeah,
I
he
know.
throws a mean fireball. I should know. It hit 3 or 4
right.
times.
Oh, you can only cast fireball. Right. Okay.
I can cast lightning balls too. Well, I can change my fireballs into lightning balls. I guess it's not the same.
Your balls are very impressive.
Thank you. I bet I'm not used to grunt work, all of this running and walking and talking to people, and I'm working on it.
A little bit of
Right.
that sort of more peasant life. It'll do you good.
Okay, but I'm kicking him out now. We should go.
I mean, that's even more in theme with the peasant life. There you go. Full experience.
I've already turned around back to my table with my books.
Right.
Pern's gonna
Off you
head
go.
out, say goodbye to them both.
Bye, Perrin.
Okay. Shortly later, we see Skith exiting, and suddenly the door just miniaturizes and disappears in the wall, leaving just empty brickwork.
Arena. I wish Arena would love to have watched that.
Arena's at the end of the corridor, like, I was going to ask him something.
No, I think whenever whenever they say that she's gone, he's gonna be like,
Give me all the details. Tell me everything.
Like touching the wall. It's like brilliant.
"Where is Sun Throne on the
It's
map?"
amazing.
By the way.
Yeah.
Ping it.
Ding. Oh. Ding.
I don't see a ping. Oh, it's way up there. Oh. I
The
didn't
Lemurians
realize
have
it was
the
there.
Sun Tower, the Drowned Tower, and the Ruined Pillar.
Oh.
But they are one successful battle away from the Storm Tower, the Storm Spire, or whatever it's
We should
called.
have gone there on the way to the Hero Ass. I mean, it would have
What?
taken longer, but
That's not at all on the way to Vihira.
no, I said it would have taken longer. No, I meant when we came from up here.
Oh, well,
Oh, yeah, but
we
you got
went back to-
teleported. You didn't have a
Yeah,
ship.
That's true.
Yeah, no, we teleported back to Vihira, so we had unfinished business.
Right.
I'll go to Sun Throne anyway. It's full of smelly Lumarians.
But I have a letter.
They'll probably they'll probably invade our cart or something and occupy it.
Any other business before you get your boat?
They wanted to shop. Perrin and
Okay.
Skith wanted to shop.
Oh yeah.
Well, I just wanted to make sure we had health potions, basically.
And Arena's working on some blueprint changes to Corvid Path.
Okay.
So,
Do I
Karen
need
wants to-
supplies for carpentry at all to train? on
Yes.
this?
Carpenter's tools. You will need carpenter's tools.
You'll need
Okay,
carpenter's
yeah.
tools and probably some like wood.
And Perrin will need a herbalism kit.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
I
I
do
think
need to
I'm
buy
willing
that
to
then.
actually buy one of those.
Yeah, you can buy those. They're list cost in the DMG in the player's handbook. You can search them.
God, I just-
So you
I
could
should-
probably
I
just
show up to-
gather some wood with like survival if you wanted. To
That's not the tools though. The carpentry tools are like chisel,
no, you
file,
need the
etc.
tools,
yeah.
but I'm saying like he needs some wood to like whittle.
Oh right, okay. Yeah, that would take a lot longer. If you want to actually like do forestry yourself, that is a bit more of an involved process.
Imagining like I turn up to Peachy's classes and I don't even have a herbalism kit. Like not
She's
showing
like-
up
There's
with
always one student.
She
Well,
can-
I mean,
imagine
looking
with
down
the
my list,
workbook.
it looks like Peachy doesn't have a herbalism kit, so I'm guessing Peachy has a herbalism kit.
Peachy has a herbalism kit. Oh, unless you lost it by the time you meet with the adventurers. You're like, I left it in my Airbnb. Oh.
All my students broke my herbalism kit.
Yeah, you have a herbalism kit. You have bought a spare. It's fine.
Ooh,
You probably like had two, and then you had to give them
I
both
like
away to
I
people
like
that
it.
didn't
It's a
show up
very
with one.
niche part of alchemy where you manage to give someone feathers.
alchemy.
Okay, it's 5 gold for herbalism kit. Piece of
See,
cake.
making sure everyone knows.
And then also I want to spend 200 gold buying the supplies to make 8 health potions. But I won't actually be able to make them for another 5 weeks because I'm still learning how
Okay.
to actually
You can't
do
go to
herbalism.
Aristine's Emporium for that, typically, unless you want to try, but typically they only do finished goods. You can ask, but otherwise you can try and find a vendor.
I'll look for vendors then.
Okay. Easy enough.
I
You find
imagine
a
something
vendor.
on the edge of town works because like they just gotta go gather stuff from the countryside or
Oh,
whatever.
yeah. You find a vendor. What? You want to buy herbalism doohickeys and plants for elf potions?
This guy's
That's
creepy.
the idea.
Aye. How many you want?
Enough to make 8 potions.
That's 25 gold each. That's a lot of gold.
That's 200 gold.
That's 200 gold, that is.
Do you have that much?
Gold?
No, the supplies.
Oh, yeah. But you'll be wanting the wrapping to keep them fresh, unless you're going to make them all tonight. They don't keep very well.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Aye. You got to turn them around real quick, or they just go off.
Okay, how long do they keep for?
Or probably less than a week, unless you make them immediately. So you got to pick them fresh.
Oh.
I'm probably treated with the right wrapping. I can make them last a few months for you, but that's a bit pricey.
How pricey?
Oh, call it 300 gold. Since you're buying 8 of them.
Well, it's still cheaper than getting the potions straight, so I guess that works.
Is it?
It's 37.5
Yeah, it'd
gold
be-
per versus like 50 gold per, so it's still cheaper.
It's an improvement.
You are
Yeah.
really charismatic though. You can try to convince him.
Perrin,
Persuade him down.
your passive insight notices a deception.
Yeah.
This guy
Okay.
is definitely bullshitting you.
I was like, I'm
Oh,
pretty
good.
sure this guy's hardcore bullshitting you, and you're super charismatic, and you can totally negotiate.
Yes, they do go off, and they need to be done fresh. You can buy herbalism pouches that are enchanted to keep herbs fresh, but it shouldn't cost 100 gold to keep just 8 fresh.
Okay.
In the long
how
term,
much
if you
would
plan on doing this long term, it would be better to buy a pouch for herbalism stuff that will keep them fresh. But in the short term, it should not cost you 100. It should probably cost you like 5 gold each. So, 240, not 300.
Okay. Perrin then, like, at the last second catches on and like looking through his pouch is like, oh no, I've only got 240.
Make a deception roll.
Yep, that's the wrong one. Deception. There it is. It. 19.
Well, I do have a special offer. It's funny you ask. I've only just noticed. I've got a special offer on. It's 20% off for adventurers. That makes it 240.
Oh yeah. No, that's perfect. That's exactly what I've got. There we go.
240 gold.
Excellent. So kind of you. So very kind.
Here's your potions already, prepared. They'll last at least a couple of months. There you go. And I've got. Oh shit! This is real gold.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm gonna.
It just runs off.
Wait, and then I check the goods and use my 4 weeks of herbalism training to check if it's the real
Make me
stuff.
a nature roll or a herbalism roll that you don't have yet.
Oh no.
Okay, then it'll be a nature roll.
Crappy stuff.
Nat 20.
Crit.
Yeah, actually, they're genuine.
Jeez.
What can I say? I am an amazing teacher.
You are. That's true.
No, this is the right stuff. Why did he run? I don't. Okay, well.
Probably weren't his.
It's like, oh, and then quickly stuffs it in his bag and is like, I'm gonna leave this neighborhood.
Okay, and you head off with your stolen goods.
So 2 minutes later, the stall owner comes out of the outhouse. Is like, where's all my stuff gone?
Oh no, that's probably what happened for show.
Well, they wouldn't leave a stall with 200 gold's worth of stuff
No,
just
but I
lying
mean, he
around.
probably
but
stole
yeah.
it, is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, no, he did.
I was like,
right.
This guy's super shady. Why are you not inside checking him right away?
Passive insight luckily exists.
Yeah,
It couldn't add up to 200, so I was like, I just gotta check the goods are okay.
I was
I'm
like,
assuming
300 is
that.
a lot. I was like, he's super sketchy, and he's already sketchy.
I mean,
Always
normally
eat.
we'd have to pay 400, so I was like, it's it's a discount still technically.
Yeah, but you have to. It's time that you have to make it, so you have to think about the cost of that.
Yeah.
It does take like a day to make each one,
Yeah.
I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyone else want to do anything before you go to the boat?
I think that was it. Well, I want to do something on the night
I got
before.
the tools.
You got the tools? Yeah, easy enough.
Yeah. Do I need to buy like a piece of wood to work on or something, or just practice on?
They'll throw in like a
Wood kit.
what is the way of saying it that will not get me banned because of the Twitch word filter? A lump
large
of wood.
bundle.
2x4.
2x4.
They'll throw in a 2x4.
Confident. You should say 2x4.
I watch woodworking videos.
Ah.
Yeah, but the problem is I used a phrase the other day related to 2x4s and no one got because I was like, oh, it's a British thing. So I've tried to avoid that. But yes, 2x4 will do.
It's an American thing.
Yeah,
I was
that's
saying
an
it's-
American thing too.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
blacklisted that entire section of my knowledge because it also contained the phrase as thick as two planks, which isn't an Americanism.
We also say that too, or like
Really?
Someone
Katie
say-
had
I've
never heard of it.
before. Oh, I've
A
heard it
large
before.
bundle of sticks. Yeah, don't use the term for a large bundle of sticks.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, and I was like, no, can't say that.
I've never heard them referred to that way. I've only ever heard the word the other way, so I don't know.
Which
Well, as
I made the mistake.
meatballs is
Which
another
word?
way. Meatballs.
I have not heard meatballs used
Mm-mm.
in that.
There's
Oh.
another word for it, which is the same
Yeah.
as the word for a bundle of sticks.
Isn't it for a
Now
smoke
I'm
too,
confused.
as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah,
Well, the short
Also,
thing
keep in mind,
is
English is
for a
not my
cigarette.
first language. It is my third language.
Yeah, no, I made the mistake a long time ago in an RPG of describing someone going outside to borrow a cigarette
Oh,
in a way that made me go, wait, why is everyone reacting odd? Oh, I'm playing with
So, in
Americans.
Australia,
That
people
means
say
something
that all
very
the time.
different.
All my Aussie friends use that term all the time. But yeah, in America, they're like super offended by it.
Right,
Yeah.
anyway, so,
Now I get what you guys are talking about. I just was like, what?
Yeah.
Is meatballs? I'm hungry
anyway,
now.
so yeah, they'll throw in a lump of wood for free with the kit. That's fine because that's measured in coppers. So a plain old lump of wood, just do some practice on is fine. Anything else other than the
This
Corvette
lump
thing.
of wood sounds ridiculous. Who says that? A lump
It's
of
like a
wood.
blob. It's like,
It
how
is,
did
it
this
is,
even
it is
get
Here's a
there?
lump
offcuts
of
of
wood.
like someone making a larger like
It
section.
made my
It's probably
brain go in
someone
a
who made
different
like
place. E.
Log.
Anyway, I got a herbalism kit, so that's all good. I'm good to go.
Well, so is Peachy. Okay.
But should we get tents? Like, we're gonna be.
You're already thinking about this now. You're
I
going to a
don't
tropical
know.
jungle.
Oh, we need food
Yeah,
too.
we should probably
probably.
Yeah, we need food. I have
We
some
need like
rations.
forage for food, right? I don't know.
I feel that your characters forgot this in character. Let's say that you
I have decent survival.
Peachy can remind you when you go to the docks tomorrow, and then Peachy can take you shopping for, yeah, you're going to a tropical jungle. But for now, it is nighttime, and Maggie, you wanted to have a scene with Corvidbot.
Yeah. Well,
Can I just interject and say, what is Corvidbot?
so
Okay.
because I'm
Fun.
an artificer, I get a steel defender, and normally it's like in the shape of like a dog or something, but EE has graciously let me change the shape to whatever I want. So Arena has built but it takes me time to change the shape of it. She has made it into a giant raven. So it is I don't know if you have the picture of it on here.
So it's a robot. So it's like K9, but
Yeah,
a raven.
It's a robot bird. Yes.
It can't
I'll make
fly
that.
though.
It can't
There you
fly.
go.
But
Yeah.
it's made of metal.
Ah.
It has a
Good.
little
Well-
saddle on it, and I could show you the full art in the cast.
It's a fancier saddle than that, because the saddle is now the saddle of Cavalier.
Oh yeah, now I have a
Oh, so
super
it's
fancy
big.
saddle.
Scales.
It's
bigger
medium
than
sized.
me. Yeah.
Yeah, it's about 6
I'm
foot,
So you
I
can
think.
ride it.
Yes, I can ride it.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't fly though. But
And
It
as a
looks-
robot, does it have any does it
It does.
It's a
have a
smart dog.
personality? Okay.
It has. Well, it's 4
Yeah.
int. It's not very smart.
It's
so it
smart
listens.
dog in.
Yeah, it does what I tell it to do, kind of.
Gotcha.
It does what I
And-
tell it to do too, because I intimidate
Here, I'll
it.
share it in the
Yeah,
cast
you did
Ascension
scare
so
it.
you can see the full art.
I've
of it.
blown it up before on
Aw.
accident. It was. I mean, it was for the good of the party.
It's bigger than your
It's true.
character because you're a small character too, right? You're just like
It's
a little bit shorter.
3
than me.
times the height if you were to get it longest length, like up on its feet and
Wow.
head high.
Yeah, and so you
That's
You're
a
see,
pulling up the
big
size of
raven.
its head.
It's yeah, 6 foot length.
so you see Arena
Um,
kind of like finishing up this like blueprint change to it, and it's like the mouth is kind of open, and she's like building a staircase out of a tongue. And you see, as she's wrapping up this design, as she's wrapping up actually doing the creation of it, she like pulls Geep out, and she's like,
All right, now, this is how we do the training part.
and inside of Corvidbot, she puts a little treat, a little food, up
Make
on
an
the-
animal handling
on the
check.
top of the tongue, and there's like a little staircase that plops out of Corvidbot's mouth. Okay, I really need to increase my animal handling. I don't have high wisdom.
It's fine. We'll just like make this one
14.
sentient by accident, and then it'll be fine.
Goes up the steps that are made from a elongated tongue, grabs the treat, and the beak begins to close.
You're gonna be just fine.
And then the entire Corbot goes,
Inside is like a bunch of those little tubes that so he can run around. in it. Yeah. I've made him a little like hamster bird bot. Hamster bird bot. Bird ball.
It's literally
Bird
just
bot?
it's literally just there for it to wander around and explore and keep itself busy. And then...
Yeah.
Not an eyeball poking
And
out
now
of the wing.
Corvid bot poops.
no, I think that's like a servo or something.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like little gears and stuff. It does have like a gear eyeball, like a gear. And it poops now. So, you know how like hamster cages have like that bottom part, or rabbit cages have the bottom part where like the bath, like it like goes through the grates and goes in the bathroom. The little pebbles from the rat will go funnel down into this little spot, and then Corvidbot will once in a while open a flap down by its butt and like the pebbles will just fall out.
Gross.
Hey, he needs to go to the bathroom inside.
It's true.
There's a little water. There's a little water thing that he can like drink water, and a little food dispenser inside of Corvidbot now.
I mean, otherwise the urea and ammonia would build up inside that thing, something dreadful.
Also, Corvid,
That would be great. Fireball.
Geep can look out of the holes of Corvidbot's eyeballs. Kind of creepy, but.
Oh, you know the backpacks you can get for cats, where it's just that little like bubble dome on it, and the
that's
cat's
what's
like.
on the eyeballs.
But Geep's just like in the eye, like.
Yeah.
That would be so freaky. You'd like.
I love it.
So this is my design.
Like a ball eye, and there's just a little rat that's like, ooh, what's going on out here?
Drawing out a design for. I was like, oh, I have an idea. Put a hamster cage inside of Corvidbot. So that's what I was doing while you were doing your RP.
Okay.
Nobody tell Geep that we occasionally accidentally get Corvidbot annihilated and have to make a new one.
I want to give the rat Geep to the actual Geep as like a pet and be like, here's yourself. Like,
Long story. Those of you who do not know the backstory, Skith tried to prank Sir Gallant, who, you know, they all hate and is totally powerful, by getting a small wizard who was freshly out of, like, the tower to go make his food taste like rat burgers. And then Sir Gallant was like, hey, here's a present for you. Thanks.
It was a present for Perrin.
Yeah, a present for Perrin that he gave to you. Sure.
What's wrong with rat burgers?
That's what I said. Until I
Sir
got
Gallant
it.
doesn't appreciate it, probably.
Changed my mind.
Sir Gallant probably dines on the finest of venison, or probably the finest of endangered species. Probably dines on pangolin meat.
Well, he turned his wine into rat burger flavor, is what. So he like was trying to drink the wine and
excellent taste.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's just like, I see no problem with this.
Yeah. It doesn't get much better than a rat burger.
How many rats would a 2-foot peachy, like, rounded owl have to eat per day?
The chat just came up with a great idea. EE. Can I, not now, I know I can't do it now, but later, could I design it so Corvidbot shoots out poo nugs at people?
Okay, I'm gonna. Nope.
It's like a tiny poop machine gun.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Sorry, that was so good.
Okay, I'm taking you to a bloody airship.
The supplies would replenish faster in like crisis situations.
I'm gonna kill that rat first chance I get.
I want you to kill that rat.
No.
Okay.
Important part of it is that Geep the Wizard was meant to be paid in 2 platinum coins that Skith left under a rock, and then one of the platinum coins was true polymorphed into the rat now known as Geep. Was then given some memories to make him think he might once have been the human Geep. We have no idea what's happened to the human Geep. Maybe dead, maybe fine. Either way, he's definitely not got both platinum coins. At best, he's got one of them.
Skith told Arena that he would find the real Geep and make sure he was okay. Even though he was lying to Arena, Arena thinks that is what happened.
Definitely lying.
Okay, so the next day, you check out of your rooms. You need to pay for the last 3 weeks of your rooms. That'll run you like.
I thought we already paid that in advance.
You paid for, I think, 1 week. You didn't pay for 5 weeks, I think.
Okay.
That sounds about right, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
So you've got 4 more weeks to pay. Let's just
It's
say
3 more. We did 4 weeks total.
We did 6 weeks.
Oh yeah, 3 more. Sorry, 3 more. You need to pay 21. Just say 21 gold.
Okay, I can do that.
That won't include alarm for those weeks. If you want alarm, that's more expensive.
Do we want alarm?
We did.
I mean, I'm not even there anymore, so.
Then we don't bother with the alarm.
Yeah,
fine.
That's what I'm thinking.
And is
Okay,
the saddle
put on a
built the new saddle or no? I still need more time with that.
Let me have a look. You spent all your weeks on it, didn't you?
Yeah.
How many weeks worth of work
I
have
had
you got
7 days, but I didn't know if we had, did we go 6 weeks or 4 weeks?
You went 4 weeks.
Oh, I thought we went an extra 2 after that.
No, we went 4, which was an extra 1.
So a barn owl will eat about 2 or 3 voles a night. And I'm about 4 times bigger than a barn owl.
4 times taller or 4 times more volume?
Volume.
lot of rats.
I reckon I would eat about 4 or 5 rats a day.
So, like, a rat and a bit for each meal.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Well,
A rat and
I'm
a
gonna
shrew.
keep inside of Corvidbot for a while.
Or
Slowly introduce
depends,
them, like when you
'cause-
introduce 2 new pets to each other.
Yeah, but then Geep's going to go into the eye, and all the owls are going to be poking at the eyes, like... peck, 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 peck.
Oh no!
I mean, I'll also say, I'm not just an owl.
I know.
Right, yeah, no, so, it's only been 4 weeks of downtime so far. And have you noted down... You've only got 7 days down on the saddle.
Yeah.
So it'll take you 2 weeks, so you need another week worth of working
Okay.
on them. Right, in which case... We can turn off the Tinkerers, and we can go to...
Yeah, that music kind of makes me go a little wonky after a while.
I mean, it makes Rendry go a bit wonky.
Yeah, that's why Render's going a
He's
little
gone
cuckoo.
so wonky. He's traveled to a different part of the plane.
I'm curious
man.
where he's gonna end up.
I do wonder, like, every now
You
and
should
then,
have-
does he just
you should
like
do a poll to
appear
let
somewhere,
people pick.
open the door, and he's just like on the moon? Is like, oh, never mind, next one. Does the traveling tower go to the moon sometimes? That could be a thing. Or Rendry's workshop could go to the bottom of an ocean
Adventures
trench.
there.
EE, you know what you should do? You should just assign numbers to all the different places where he could possibly go, and then just do a poll that's just the numbers, so that the Patreon doesn't know what they are, but they get to vote on the number, and then
At that point,
but that will make
at
it
that
random.
point, just roll a die.
Yeah.
No, 'cause so they-
people
so they get
voting
to-
for meaningless numbers is the same as
but
rolling
they
a
still
die.
get to choose. They get to
Well,
choose the
that's
numbers.
not choosing.
not true. Humans will never choose randomly. It
That's
will be number
that's true.
3
It won't
or
be a
number
random
7.
number, but the randomness will be the fact that you're
And there
assigning the
will
numbers
be-
randomly to
There will be
the.
some people who like
the
bandwagon on
options.
someone else's number. So
Yeah, no, like
You don't know.
1 or 10 or, you know.
No,
69
you know
will
our
win.
community. They would make all the options equal.
Oh,
Well, then you
actually,
get-
no,
then
they
you
would
just
do
get to
that. They
roll.
would make them.
Then you roll.
perfectly
I
nice.
would
all the
roll
op-
anyway.
oh, come on.
Anyway,
I mean, at
so,
that point, you could roll a die, do a poll, and then whatever the poll result is, say that that was what the die result was, and they'll never know.
So, for some of you, this is going to be a bit of a happy return. As you head down to the inner docks in the inner city, somewhere you went about a little over a month ago, you notice ships laying in the harbor. Many of them seafaring ships, a few of them are actually airships. But there is one notable ship amongst all of these. There is a place that airships of a certain type dock, because there's a certain type of airship that can never really go to ground. Airships that have bound elementals have a ring around them, normally corresponding to that elemental type. And that ring kind of gets in the way of landing normally. And so it needs to park up against what is effectively a very tall pylon that it can then moor to, and then they lift stuff up and down via ropes, ladders, pulleys, or they can have like a little kind of effectively elevator in a little tower next to them. This is the latter case. There is an elevator, there is a winding set of steps that leads up a good, probably about to be about 70, 80 feet into the air. Normally to nowhere. But today, there is a large ship, suspended in the air, floating there, a loud hum just emanating from the crackling ring of electricity around the center that encompasses it. There are sails billowing out from the back and from the front along the side, and on top, 2 huge masts that go up with very large sails. On the front, there's 2 different, what they call figureheads. 2 owls. One facing starboard, one facing port. And on the side it says in long elongated silvery script, the Windward Parliament. as you get there and you notice a menagerie of owls. You've not really seen owl folk before. Standing anywhere between about 2 and 4 foot tall. You can see them flapping up and down, not even bothering with the steps. Just flying up, flying down, attaching lines to things before pulling them back up on board. And at the base of the steps, you see the smallest of all the owl folk here. Perrin recognizes them immediately. What do they look like? Sally.
So you see, for those of you in North America, you have northern saw-whet owls. For those of you in Europe, kind of like it's literally called a little owl, the owl that is the mascot of Athena. So we're saying 2 feet tall tops if she stretches up her full height on her tiny little legs. Almost spherical bundle of very soft, downy feathers. She has the biggest eyes and a really obviously owl flat face and a very cute little, I'd say button nose equivalent of a tiny little amber beak. And she has ever so faint mottled spots on her belly and faint stripes on her wings, all in kind of beige taupe, all the kind of neutral browns and those sorts of colors. And as she's just kind of flapping, hovering up and down, you see that she is wearing this like gossamer cloak that looks like it is made with the cobwebs that you see on grass first thing in the morning. So kind of glistening with what looks almost like little dewdrops caught in amongst all of the spider webs that just drifts in the breeze. It's almost like in rags so that it doesn't get in the way of her wings as she flies. Every so often you see a little golden claw talisman poking out from a necklace around her neck. But because she's so fluffy, you can't actually see the chain. You just see this little claw poking out the feathers. And a dusty pink crystal in a marquise cut. So think like a rounder version of the Sims thing that goes over their head, just hovering between the eyes. And as she turns her head, it always stays fixed around where her eyes are. And yeah, she is just the embodiment of cute. Really, just everything is soft. There's no real harsh edges. And yeah, that's as you walk up.
I think as Arena sees like all these little owls hopping off the plane, off the airship, she just grabs like Perrin's leg and she's like,
Oh my gosh, they're so cute!
she just squeaks.
Perrin just laughs.
And as you walk out, it's like, ooh, oh, hello, Perrin, it's nice to see you again.
BG, good morning. These are my friends. Let me
Arena
introduce
immediately
you.
runs
This
up to her.
That's Arena.
I'm Arena Cockdeer. It's so nice to meet you.
Peachy is just kind of hovering in midair. Oh my god, the zoom. I have no hands. The
like,
zoom is just
tries to grab your claw.
Just so that we can stay eye level. And Irina, oh, Perrin did not do a good job of describing what you look like.
How did he describe me?
He made you sound plain, but you're so much more pretty than that.
Arena looks at him.
I just said you were a gnome and you liked tinkering and stuff. I don't know. I didn't go into detail.
Perrin, no.
This is Pietro.
Hi. I'm a talking pangolin. Wait, you probably know that. Hi.
Hi. And
I mean, you're
Peachy can finally actually land on the floor. And I don't think I've seen a pangolin.
I'm also a small creature.
Yeah, there was a magical accident involving a magical area that gave me. It's a long story.
Well, we've got a long flight coming up. You can tell me all about it.
That's true. Do you
I
have
like your
things
racket,
with
Drew.
parachutes?
Parachutes? Why would we need parachutes?
It's just a long way up, and
I think he's worried about if we fall, but it is okay. I have feather fall.
I mean, yes,
I
but
have feathers. I mean, we all have feathers. We can just catch you.
okay, that sounds a lot better. I am a
You've
tiny
got big
creature, so
feet for
technically,
catching. And Peachy just hovers up and rears up her massive claws, which are very proportional for an owl, but of course are quite large.
Pietro just turns into a ball, and then because of the weight on the book that's strapped to his back, slowly rotates backwards onto the book.
And Peachy goes back down to the floor and reaches out one arm, and you see that she doesn't have like hands, but the primary wing feathers, so the main predominant feathers that spread out when she flies, are flexible like hand, and she just scoops them back up onto his feet. No, I wouldn't be doing that when the ship is flying. You might roll off the edge.
That's
that's a good point. Oh, but I can do this.
And Pietro gestures, and a little, like, pangolin claw, but ethereal, kind of semi-translucent and, like, flowing with a, like magical kind of, aura, kind of comes out of nowhere and slowly picks him up and tries to lift him, barely doing so. His book is pretty heavy, and he kind of manages to go a few inches off the ground, slowly lifting.
This used to be a lot more impressive. I've put on weight. This is new.
Well, I don't know what you're worrying about. I think you'll be fine. What?
I like her. Can we keep her?
I like her too. She's so cute.
Okay, Skith, are we keeping her?
I'm sorry, Gip.
Oh yes, I'm Skith. I'm sorry. They always do all of the talking. I usually just listen at first. Arena's
Peachy just very slowly
enthusiastic.
pans her head up.
Yeah, he's pretty big. He's a big dragon, half dragon thing.
And I'll have to
I've
fly
never
up.
seen a ship so impressive before.
Thank you very much.
They remind me of the first time we met, Arena.
What do you mean?
Remember when you asked for a demonstration of my power?
Oh. But that was because we were going inside of a tower.
Yes, dude. If we're going to be traveling with new people, do you think I need to do that again?
I don't think we need any demonstrations of power necessarily at this time. You know, if hopefully this is a pleasant, quiet journey. But if something does come along, we'll have ample opportunity to show what we can do.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, what
well, I'm
can you
looking
do?
forward to it.
Can you make potions too?
Oh, I would never dare
He's going
try
to
to
teach me
meddle
how
with
to...
such dangerous chemicals.
He's going to teach me Celestial on this trip.
Yes, I
Oh.
think I also might try to carve a parent figurine
Oh.
and bring out my lump of wood.
That's
He's gonna do some voodoo
not
on
sure
you,
whether
Karen.
not sure whether to be flattered or concerned.
Well, my last gift wasn't very well received.
It was.
Oh yes, the gift. It's not important. Anyway, we should introduce you to. This is Corvidbot.
I made him. Oh, kind of. It's part of my artificing.
Little rat head appears in the eye copula. Quickly disappears.
What
The
was
rat's meant to be in there. There's a rat. There's a rat in the raven. It's meant to be in there.
I have a pet named Deep. He's a little rat. And I'm trying to keep him safe inside of my closet.
that?
Is that going to be a problem?
On a ship full
Not a
of
real rat.
us?
Well, that is why I put him inside of Corvidbot.
Don't about the rat.
Sorry, my phone rang. I have it turned off, but it's like certain people can call me.
Corbett bot is pretty secure. It'd be hard to break into those hatches, so he's probably fine in there. The air holes are very small.
Perceptive, folks. So keep it hidden.
You see in the background 2 owls slowly lifting a large crate with kind of little air holes in the side, and you see occasionally like the odd snout with whiskers poking out of them. It's got a big word on the side, 4 letters long. Food.
Okay, I lean into Corbett bot and like tap on the eye, and I'm like, Geep, I think you should probably avoid the windows for the time being.
I
Make
could
a
maybe
animal
put
handling
some,
check.
I could maybe put some filter on the eyes to make it so that he can see out, but you can see in. Would that help?
That would help.
That's going to take me some time.
Smell?
Oh, I can't help that. He's kind of stinky.
The flap at the bottom of Corbett opens, and then a couple of little pellets drop out. Definitely rat droppings.
Are you sure you need this rat?
He's not the most silent little fellow either. You can always hear him skittering around inside the metal.
Is this rat important to you?
He's important.
It used to be a
me.
coin.
Hang on, man. And then Peachy just sticks her feather fingers kind of into what is just fluff. You assume that there are pockets and things in there, but all you can tell, she's just ruffling around in this fluff. You have no idea where the fluff stops and the body starts. I've got one in here somewhere. She brings out a sprig of rosemary and just hands it to you.
Arena takes it.
This should help smell.
Me to do with this.
Well, smell it.
Oh,
Does it smell of
smells
rat?
like my mother's tomato or potatoes. Oh.
If your mother's potato sounds like that, it sounds like she needs to add more seashells to the soil.
No, I mean it's rosemary potatoes.
Oh! Well, why didn't you say? Add the rosemary to the rat. Now it no longer smells of rat.
Just smells extra tasty.
She opens up the Corbett bot's mouth. She like taps on it, and the mouth opens.
As
The
soon as it
tongue.
opens, you see the rat in there go, and just dives down into the back of the throat.
Arena like shoves her hand down this Corbett bot's mouth and tries to like rub this rosemary on the rat.
Okay, make an animal handling check.
And then she's just gonna leave it in there.
Okay.
If you just chuck the rosemary in there, it'll eventually get on the rat.
Ted. Yep.
And sure, you vaguely get a bit on Geep.
So, do you all do herbalism as well?
Kobold's face is the greatest.
No one else.
She's like,
No one
"What
else
is
knows
that?"
herbalism. That's why I thought it'd be best to train so that at least one of us could make potions.
Oh, okay.
I have too many.
They'd be better
projects.
served spending. Yeah, they'd be better served spending their free time. Well, Arena's got plenty of things to do, but otherwise they could
She pulls out a scroll.
write
and
spell
just-
scrolls and that kind of thing for cure wounds for that kind of purpose.
You need scrolls for spells?
Well, so you can have extra. For tower runs, it gets very risky. We usually use up all our spell slots, so it's good to have some extra scrolls we've made.
Also,
I
it's
considered
helpful for
learning learning how to write spell scrolls instead, but in the end I thought making potions might be easier because we can gather the resources out and about.
Oh, I forgot to tell you what I've been up to. I was doing research on dragon orbs.
That's maybe a discussion for another time
Oh,
about
right,
the research
okay.
you've been doing on the very esoteric arcana
Did you
things.
say
It's
hops?
not important.
No, they're talking about nothing.
Oh, you said dragon. Oh, right.
Just dragon business, what dragonborn are like, probably, or
Feel
something.
free to make a history roll there, Peachy.
Oh. Not very. Oh, hang on. Normal roll, yes.
Yeah,
Perfect.
dragon hops. Doesn't ring a bell.
Is that like what you make beer from?
I don't think you can use it to make beer. Maybe. Don't know what
You should
flavor
try.
that would be.
I think you should join my herbalism class too. And you too.
I would love to, but I have a lot of projects.
She unfurls the scroll.
I'm sure we have the spare money for the whole team to sign up.
I could barely make the tea back at Rindy's. I kept bungling up the different, what do you call them, flasks, and he was very displeased. He said I kept burning it.
But that sounds like you need to learn then, dear. What?
It does sound
Not
like
my
you need to learn,
forte.
maybe. My mother taught me how to make tea.
You don't go
very
into a
early.
class knowing everything in the class. You tend to go into a class and then know more at the end of it, don't you?
That is if you study. I have been to classes with people who don't do that.
Yes, and if you teach Perrin well enough, then he can teach me for free, and I won't have to pay you.
I have to say I can't fault your logic there.
It is rather
Yeah,
logical. I pride
I wouldn't
myself
wanna-
on logic.
I wouldn't want to steal your business. I think I'll learn and that'll be fine.
Are you
No, we've had
flying-
enough stealing lately.
Are you flying all the way back home?
I'm not sure how we're getting back from the beast style, honestly.
No, but you're flying all the way to the beast style?
And that's the idea. We're taking the airship. We can't really get there any other
bags?
way.
I brought
Well, we got some
wood.
stuff, and like Perrin gestures to some bags that he has.
Arena has a bunch of bags on her.
You
He's
technically
also
also,
got, like-
have your donkey, Greg of
Oh,
Destruction.
can we bring him
and
on the
cart.
plane? On the
You
on the-
I
cannot
don't
bring
think
him on
we
the
will.
airship
Yeah,
unless you really
we're-
want to pay a lot
yeah.
extra. But you
I
have
don't
him
think-
here.
I don't think a donkey will work well on a cart or in a rainforest full of dinosaurs.
Yeah.
So we can sell. Aww,
Can.
Sell him to
But
somebody.
we could sell Greg, God of
Yeah.
Destruction, best donkey.
Or you could find some sort of long-term parking.
We would have given him to Perrin's family if they let us know before they ditched.
Yeah, no,
I'm
they
sorry,
just
but
blew and
someone
bounced.
caused
We
an
had
armed
this horse.
insurrection.
That person was not me.
He didn't cause it, but he didn't prevent it either, so.
Stop, Parker. What? Talk to him. Let
I
him
mean,
get
if
in this
anyone could
airship
have
and try
prevented
to
it,
blow up the
Perrin's
town,
dad
it's
could have
fine.
prevented it. Perrin's dad was Harker's right-hand man, or maybe like, a couple hands further off
Who
than
do you
the main
think
one. But
told
like,
their mom to tell you to stop him?
Right?
As you're talking,
saying like he
Peach
could
is
have been,
trying-
he could have calmed Harker down. None of this is happening. This conversation is not happening.
okay,
This is
as you're
Bentham.
talking and Peachy is pointing out your significant lack of bags to be going to a tropical rainforest, a much larger owl majestically descends behind. Without like a lot of soaring, just a very gentle flap downwards. There's a brush of like dirt being pushed away from the ground. As what is effectively like almost 5 foot tall, a very large owl with very thick, kind of
That's a
protruding
big owl.
eyebrows.
It's a thick
Deep
owl.
brown and white and black mottled feathers with orange kind of around the face and vivid orange eyes settles down. Ooh, are these Peachy?
Ooh, they're coming with us. And 3 extra guests.
I am Silverwing, captain of the Windward Parliament.
Marina Cogder, you're beautiful.
Perrin Valderel.
Thank you. Large wing with feathers that are incredibly soft comes out and kind of holds your hand.
It's so soft.
Arena says, looking back at Perrin.
Just shake my head and
Yes,
smile.
yes.
I'll extend a hand.
Very handsome.
And who are you, my dragonborn friend?
Yes, my name is Skith. It's a pleasure to be allowed on your very impressive vehicle.
Well, that depends on if you can pay for passage
Oh,
or if you can work your way.
well, I was planning
Peachy
on
vouches
learning
for you.
Celestial during the voyage. So how much is the cost?
How far would they be going, Peachy?
All the way back home.
There's a little bit of a double take, which for Silverwing does
round
not
trip.
involve the shoulders. It's just the head goes like
Just spin its head all the way around. That'd be funny.
Don't worry, I've taught them about the bags.
Right. It would be unfortunate if the first visitors we took for quite a while perished in the rainforest.
What do you mean?
For you three,
Rainforest.
you are not properly attired. Nor do I see bags involving tents. Unless you have a bag of holding containing everything.
I do have a bag of holding, but
Does it contain everything?
Baron, I don't think we brought any tents.
It does not contain everything.
We should probably do some final shopping before our journey. I do actually have a tent, as it turns out. I have a 2-person tent.
I've never slept in a tent before.
Maybe Peachy can better aid you in this. The cost for your passage would normally be 700 gold each. But if you are willing to work, we are in need of any extra muscle. What level are your marks?
I'm a level 8 artificer.
I don't do heavy lifting very well. I'll just pay the gold.
I have a 6 in Paladin, 2 in Warlock.
Lifting.
I can do any lifting if there is any lifting.
We would expect some work. Everyone on board has to work their way. But if you are level 8, then you will be able to help defend us as we go through some of the more dangerous areas. If you wish to work, we can make that 300 gold each.
I can help. Corvid Bot could help work.
I'm happy to defend the vessel.
300 can work, and yes, will definitely help with defense. I suppose you're expecting a fight then at some point.
It is more the norm than the exception.
What kind of defense are you talking about?
Borders?
Borders? Like pirates? My grandfather told me a story about pirates once.
Okay.
Never been on an airship before.
Not one
We've
like
been
this.
we've been on a sea ship
Not the same.
and a river ship.
No, but I've read a lot of
Boat,
stories about
whatever.
airships.
Have I been on an airship before?
You know
rich
what?
Boy.
Honestly,
Rich boy over there.
if any one family in the world probably had a tiny little like speedboat airship, it would be your family.
You have a jet, a private jet.
Yeah, it's like the mini pleasure yacht equivalent of airships. It's not huge, but it's definitely got no cargo space, but it's got like a luxury kitchen on board. One of those things.
Well, at least this one here. I taught him all the herbs. He was a quick learner.
Ooh, are your studies done yet, Owlet?
I'm still learning, but we'll have plenty of time on the voyage. I can make sure to prioritize work and such.
Very well. 300 gold each. And I will make sure that we treat you as one of our own.
Do we have
Perrin
enough for that,
opens
Perrin?
his gold pouch and
He
is
looks
like,
at his coffers.
do you take payments in gems?
It would be better.
Oh,
We generally don't
okay.
have enough cargo room for the large amounts of coin.
And it's gonna be like, Arena, how much do we have in gems exactly?
I will.
I've only got 400 in here. I've only got 400 gold now in the main
Really?
thing.
Oh my god.
We've been burning through it.
So for jewels, so how much do we need? 300 each is.
900.
Is it just 900? We're not counting Pietro or Corvid Bot.
Oh
or...
yeah, Pietro.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
no.
He's
I don't
tiny.
want-
He doesn't take up much space. You just put him in.
It's true, and he's
some nook.
light, but he can't fight as well as you.
Hey, if he wants to go to the beast isles, he's got some cash.
He does have some cash. Let me check his cash.
Wait,
reserve.
Pietro has value
Oh,
in that
yeah.
he has the super long range Eldritch Blast. What's the range in it? Like, is it like 720 or something crazy?
Not quite. It's. Look, Eldritch Blast.
So it's
Like
900
360.
plus whatever you want to charge us for Corvid Bot and Pietro?
300 feet. Pietro. If you spot Pietro 100 gold, Pietro can afford to go.
Okay, we can do 100. So it's 1,000. And then
1,000
how
even.
much for Corvid?
Provided you and
You just
Corbett
be
Corbett doesn't
stowed.
need bunk room. Corbett doesn't need food.
I
And
sleep
Corbett can
so
help with your
I use
tasks.
him as a bed.
True, Corbett has food inbuilt. It's like very well packaged. So
I like
Corbett
that
won't
that's how
cost.
PG sees it. Is like
yeah, Covered Bot
he
gets
has built
gets
it.
to go on free because he counts as emergency rations.
Okay.
Well, effectively, Corbett is like extra baggage, but can help defend. And Pietro's tiny, Ellerina's small. Shop.
I
Can't
have
believe
one
we've got a
small
rat on a ship
diamond
full
worth
of
1,000
owls.
gold that I can give.
That
what was
diamond
that?
will be sufficient.
I have one small diamond worth 1,000 gold.
Oh, I mean that would sort it. It will be sad to lose the diamond, but
Yeah, but I don't have enough
we'd
for
have
the
to sell
others.
like
'cause
everything else
the
otherwise.
agate is only worth 10 gold, and the 3 yellow topaz that I have are only worth 500. So
So combined.
Yeah, Arena goes into her little tiny pouch of bag of holding and pulls out like this tiny diamond that like the light hits and it's just so sparkly, you know, when the diamonds are super sparkly. Because she's also a jeweler, so she's like kept it super like polished and pretty.
If
Silverwind
it was
pulls out a little-
possible for Peachy's eyes to get any bigger, they already take up pretty much all of her head, but they just fixate on it.
And little sparkle in her eyes. Yeah. Arena is gleefully looking at the diamond too, and she's like,
I'm going to be so sad at getting rid of it. I loved looking at it.
From somewhere in the feathers, Soldwing pulls out a little like jeweler's monocle and like
Ooh, that will be sufficient.
disappears into the feathers.
We await you and your return with your suitable baggage.
I like the
Kiki,
idea of someone just
take care
holding
of
up
them.
like an owl and like shaking it, and a bunch of stuff falls out of them.
I'd like to see you try with your level 8 Peachy.
I know. I would not do that. I'm just saying it's just really funny. There's a vision of that.
So when goes straight up. And with that, we're going to go to our break. We're back in 8 minutes. We're going to have a little bit of fan art. There'll also be, I imagine, a trailer for our other show, which is Mage. So, you know, enjoy that. And or go get a cup of tea. Maybe go find your gems so you can afford passage on an airship run by owls.
And if
Make
you're over on
Peachy
Cobalt-
fan art. I want
Big
all the
Peachy
Peachy
fan
fan
art.
Oh,
art.
I definitely want fan art. Yeah. And if
Just
you're-
look up Northern Saw Owl, give it a jewel, you're done.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're so cute. And if
Um,
you're over on Cobalt's stream, come on over. I think Cobalt, you're going to be hosting Roll for It
Yep.
after.
I'm gonna raid over during the break, and I just type that in the channel for any
Alright.
lurkers and stuff.
All right, in which case we'll see you in about 8 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back.
I don't know why we're all like, yes, welcome back. We are going to be professional now. It's not like we started the first half off like that. Anyway.
I know what you mean. We were super pro.
Very much so. Right. So, the party has just decided, hey, we're going to get on an airship. We're going to fly away to the other side of the globe. We've met a lovely owl called Peachy, who's totally not going to eat our rat. But it turns out that although we knew we were going to what appears to be a island of rainforest and dinosaurs, we didn't pack enough tents or any rations or hot weather clothing. So they're going shopping with Peachy.
I do have a 2-person tent in my my archaeologist.
I imagine what you need is a 2-person tent and a skiff person tent.
Well, yeah, we'll need another tent, but we don't need tents for everyone. We just need one more tent.
I don't think I have a tent. I have a bedroll. No.
Can Pietro and Skith fit in a tent together?
I would like an extra large tent with pillows and blankets, please.
Says the
Do you want a
noble.
bag of holding
Makes
to
sense.
carry all of that?
Oh yeah, of course. Or Perrin. I can't carry my own things. I'm not strong.
You can buy hirelings. Well, not buy them. Not here.
Out of character. You are a dragonborn, right?
I am. I'm a sorcerer.
Okay. I was going to say, is there a particular reason why you're weak that I've just not spotted? Aren't dragonborns automatically like
he's an
super
ability.
big and strong? Huh?
Oh, yeah.
Ability.
I'm from the wizard section, basically, the magic house of the dragonborn, and I had lived basically a life of leisure up until
Gotcha.
I became a sorcerer, which was
Wait, were you
outside
asking
of
that
the
in
scope.
character or out of character?
Out of character.
Out of character.
Hence why it's about 3 octaves lower than Peaches.
So yeah, I basically had to I got kicked out and had to go on the run because my siblings are trying to kill me so they can usurp the throne, which they've basically already done it, but they're just tying up loose ends now, trying to. So yeah, I don't like to lift things, and I have -1 actually modifier to my strength. I have 9 strength, so
it's even less than me.
Yeah,
So, yeah,
and
it's less like, oh, I'm too weak to carry this tent, and it's more like, oh, I don't carry tents.
I have an 8 strength.
We have a Perrin for that, for carrying things.
I have a Corvid bot.
Strong he is.
I created a bot that carries stuff for me.
Yeah, but also, at least it's not as bad as his wisdom, which is 4.
Which is why I can't learn herbalism, because it's -3.
You rolled a
modifier.
1-1-2. Actually, no, it was a 1-1-1-2 because you drop a dice.
It's made his character amazing, though. You've done a
Yeah, that's
very
very
charismatic.
Cobalt.
Very
Thank you.
faux pas with how people will take things.
Also, just so people know, this is Cobalt's like 2nd time ever playing like a D&D game before. His first one was Pathfinder, just recently too. And you're
Yeah, this
killing
year.
it, dude. You're killing it.
Thank you. It's very fun. Yes, get the wise. I'm logical, but not. I don't remember things well, and I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, you're.
You don't remember.
Smart,
You remember
just
things. You don't remember
you don't-
context.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't see the context of things.
A lot of things are lost on me.
Anyway, so you're going shopping. Feel free to either RP this or just talk about this however you would like.
I don't know that we can get a tent with pillows. I think a normal sized tent.
You can totally get a tent with pillows if that is actually like an in-character question.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, we could get a normal tent that has some pillows in it. I don't think we're gonna get any kind of a luxury tent.
You can buy a luxury tent.
Because, I mean, for one thing, I'm not gonna carry it, and I'm sure you aren't.
If it fits in the bag, then it. Right?
I mean,
Are you gonna assemble the luxury tent?
I have gold from my gambling Perrin.
Well, if you're gonna get your own tent and you're gonna spend a lot of money on it, then you're gonna be the one setting it up and tearing it down every night and morning.
Don't just put them up and leave them.
No, we're staying there for more than one night, and we're gonna be traveling. We gotta get to the Beast Tower. That's not where this airship's going, as far as I'm aware.
Set up a little base, Perrin.
You're going to the Beast Tower.
That is the hope.
No, we're looking for her brother as well. That's more important, Perrin.
Yeah, well, we hope her brother is at the Beast Tower, is what I mean. It's like...
I hope you don't hope anyone is at the Beast Tower.
Why do you say
why
that?
not?
I mean, it's not the friendliest of places to stay.
I figured that much.
Maybe she's been in the Beast Tower.
How much exactly do you know about the Isle of Beasts?
Have you been inside the Beast Tower?
Well, yes.
Oh, well then, what did you experience? Do you remember the tower? Do you remember what kind of puzzles were there? What kind of rooms did you attack? Were there monsters? What kind of monsters? Were they dinosaurs? Were they reptiles? What kind of creatures did you encounter?
Peachy, roll me 2 wisdom saves. Let's find out if you remember your time in the tower.
Saves.
Yep.
Yeah, it's Arena's bombarding you with questions.
Why does it
so-
keep telling me just do a normal roll? I want it normal unless I
Holy
tell you
moly.
otherwise.
Oh, in the you can
Oh,
set
nat
it up in
20.
the settings. So
20.
in the top right corner,
You
there's a
remember
little-
your
Nat
first
20 and a nat 1.
Yeah.
in the top right corner, there's like a little cog next to spells,
Yeah.
and then you can put query advantage. There's a drop down that says roll queries, and then change it to queries advantage instead of roll always advantage. And then it'll pop up with a thing that tells you going forward.
So, with a
I want advantage toggle, right?
yeah. If you put that, it'll toggle it at the top rather than
Yeah,
asking
that's what I
you
had
query
before.
every
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
So
So
I
the
do query
26.
advantage instead, so it pops up and it gives me a choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that annoys me.
With 26, the very first level, you remember, honestly, was a few rooms, one of which involved searching for stuff in long grass, and the next of which involved like a load of tiny little compies just trying to bite you, and you would
Tiny little
say
what?
them. Compies. They're a tiny little dinosaur.
Ah!
You say they're cute. They're also carnivorous, so that involved a
am
bit of
I.
fighting.
So mine.
True. The second time you went in, you do not remember it.
With the usual, dinosaurs, like there are everywhere. And
There are not
grass.
dinosaurs everywhere. In fact, there's only dinosaurs in certain type of climates because they have to.
And she's just like nerding out.
Well,
I
I
mean, I
know,
think
but,
she knows better. She's from there.
but they're from everywhere, all over the island.
Oh, you mean everywhere from all over the island?
Oh yeah, they're not just in the tower.
Right.
Where are you two taking me?
Well, you wanted to go to the Isle of Beasts. You're the one getting on the ship.
This sounds very uncomfortable.
So back to tents. So you do know that it's very hot. And often it's quite wet. And there are lots of trees, so not many good places to put up a large tent.
You could put a tent inside of a tree. That is what we have done for many years.
There are things that live inside the trees, though.
Like what? Like owls?
Well, where else do you sleep?
Well, I don't think they will bother us as long as we don't bother them. We could even ask them kindly if we could use their trees.
Might fit, but and Peachy just kind of looks up.
I think wherever we go in the Beast Star, we're going to be bothering something. We'll just have to, try not to cause too much disruption and definitely keep watches every night.
So, you never said why did you want to go to the Beast Tower other than to rescue your brother?
Well, that's the main reason is we think he's somewhere around the tower. So if we go to the tower, we might be able to locate him from there. Or maybe if we
Maybe
go to
you've seen him if
your
you're
home,
from there. Did
Yeah,
Perrin
you-
describe what he looked like?
you or your family might have met him. I mean, it looks
As Peachy
like
shakes her
gnome.
head, you can see the little stone just keeping up, but ever so slightly behind.
The tiny little bit of lag as you.
Yeah.
Well, his
Nope.
name is Corbin, and he'd be like 103 now, I guess, because it's been very long. It's been 21 years since I've seen him, and
Is he
He'll
also
still
a
look-
gnome?
Yeah, he's a gnome, and he'll still
course,
look young,
he's my
even
brother.
for 103. And you know how gnomes are. They live forever.
he's a forest gnome like me.
What was he doing in the Beast Tower?
Well, I don't know what he was doing in the Beast Tower, but what I think happened was that, well, when he went missing a while ago.
Sorry, my water bottle's making loud noises.
Well, when he was younger, well, look, when I was younger too, he went into the tower, the traveling tower, when it was nearby our home. And then he never returned. I think maybe the tower spawned somewhere else, and he was taken there.
Best guess is that the tower appeared in the B style. He emerged, having gained the level he gained, to find himself in the B style, and then ultimately probably tried to be in the tower when it left and went somewhere else, but failed, and it left while he wasn't there. So he became trapped and has lived there ever since. It's been how many years?
21 years now.
Yeah, that's a while, but we know he's alive.
Oh dear! And Peachy just kind of waddles up and just wraps massive. Like when Peachy stretches out her wings, you don't realize quite how wide her wingspan is compared to her height. And she just...
Arena will hug back. It's
it's
a
possibly
good
the
hug.
softest hug you have ever
Yeah.
had.
She'll linger longer than probably necessary.
I know that if
Like
I
being
found
hugged by
myself,
like a velvet rug.
Yeah.
I know that if I found myself trapped on the B style, I'd seek out the tower. It's the most likely place for me to encounter another adventurer that might be able to get me home. I'd hang out there, leave some kind of marker that I was there, perhaps, and then at some point, 21 years, I'd give the tower another go, just for the hope of gaining some levels, gaining some more power, and maybe even giving me the power to go home, or at least just survive.
I just hope that he's okay. I think that he's okay, but we didn't really know if he really was.
We know he's alive. That's pretty much all we know.
Even if he is a
It's
little
something.
bit foolhardy, I do think he is resilient. So I hope he's okay.
Why didn't you look for him in the 21 years? If you thought he was at the Beast Tower?
Well, we didn't know until about, well, a few months ago actually, where he was. When I was little, after my brother disappeared, my family wouldn't let any of us go into the tower. We were forbidden to go in. Well, until
That sounds very sensible.
Perrin came and told me that the traveling tower was in our town, and then I snuck out and left a letter for my parents, and I went anyway. I know, I shouldn't have done
Yeah,
that.
Perrin's a bad influence.
For most of the 21 years, Arena's family thought that he was dead. When the traveling tower appears somewhere, it takes the form of another tower, whatever is, I think, funniest to the traveler. And it appeared outside of Vahiraras and took the form of the Soul Spire in Vahiraras. And I guess that meant there was some confusion. Corbin went into the tower while it looked like the Soul Spire, and it was reported that he went into the Soul Spire and never returned, and it was assumed that he died.
A lot of people
And your
don't.
parents? Do
A
your
lot of-
parents know that you're alive?
Oh, they know that I'm alive. Oh, yes, I talked to my parents when I returned out of the first time of going into the tower.
Yeah,
They
it
were
was
not
it was Corbin
happy.
who went into the tower, and they thought that he died in the Soul Spire.
Yeah.
Yes, I know that, but you told her to leave without telling her parents.
I did not tell her that. It was her idea. I just told her the tower was in town and it was our chance.
Peachy stares you down, which coming from an owl.
She decided what the two we've talked since.
I'm imagining
She's-
those cute little owls with like their grumpy face.
I'm like, you're happy to be here, right, Arena? It was the right choice. I mean, you could have maybe broken it to your family a bit
That
better,
is a
but
somewhat biased assertion, because if she wasn't here, she wouldn't be having this conversation. I'm just saying.
Arena's still like half embraced by Peachy is like,
Well, I have been dreaming about going into towers ever since I was little, even after Corbin went away. I've always wanted to see what they were like.
They're tougher than they look. I've seen Perrin take quite a few fireballs and Arena get stabbed in the neck several times. They're fine. They're strong.
Might agree that it was probably a very dangerous thing. And although I do like the safety and having my mother's cooking all the time because it's very delicious, I do think that I have a destiny and there are things that I need to do, like finding my brother.
I took a leaf out of the Rena's book, and I snuck off to a tower and left a note for her.
Arenas looks down and is like,
Maybe
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
not
that's
a
quite
good
the theme.
influence.
The only way you're going to get more powerful.
But what is
But
the point
now
of
we-
power if you're dead?
But now we don't do that anymore, do we, Pietro? We tell each other. We're going to have a talk a little later after this.
So none of you have used a tent before.
I've used the tent plenty of times.
Me and my brothers and my sisters, we would put a little tent outside of our big tree, and then we would camp outside, and we would have little mushrooms with little bits of tasty things, and it was very tasty.
Yes, I
I
would
would
You know
sometimes
how-
camp.
well.
You know how to hide your food from the dinosaurs, right?
I mean, we don't have any experience hiding food from dinosaurs necessarily. I mean, I've got some experience in hiding food from the
To
mechanical
get yourselves killed.
beast
Aren't
of
we
the
food
north.
for dinosaurs?
Because I've hidden food from beasts before. I've camped out at digs. I mean, my camping experience is more kind of
Right,
northern,
come with
like
me.
being
Woo!
warmer, kind of.
And
Okay.
Peachy just hovers up and starts flying off in the direction of what she knows to be a reputable camping store in the town, if there is such a place.
Arena will follow.
Okay. Yeah, they're wrong.
Picking up,
voice.
picking up.
I also
I can't
imagine
actually
that
can pick him up
while the
anymore.
conversation happened,
Can I pick up Pietro now?
he is small, but he is also his
mage
own
hand-
person. He
A mage hand
hands
can
and
pick him up.
he
You can
floats him.
probably.
I was gonna scoop him
Uh,
up and run to
but-
follow her.
While this is happening, Skith just flashed back to, have you ever used a tent? And I imagine Skith is like, of course I've used a tent many times. And we flash back to these
Yeah.
huge, like,
Marquee.
pavilion marquee
Yeah.
tents
Next to
overlooking
a
battlefields.
pool.
Yeah.
Oh,
Where
I was
Dragonborn
thinking-
are slaughtering
With,
like
a
slave
banquet
rebels. It's
spread
like,
out.
yes, I've used tents.
Of course, they're very
And he-
uncomfortable.
He's
Being
just like
outside is awful.
he's yelling at servants for like not putting the poles straight enough.
And he's
No,
on, like,
he
a
yells at the servant,
cushion
who
couch.
then yells at the people. He doesn't touch the people who put the poles in.
It's true. It's true. Yeah, he has an assistant for that.
Yeah, so now I've been living the life of hardship, you know, and in inns. Okay.
Yeah, there is a store that is well known for adventurous camping equipment, and it is simply called Camp. Question mark?
Okay, so Peachy just flies in through the door. And I assume knows the owner?
Yeah, there is a large, very kind of up to the ceiling Oliphant. An elephant person, kind of standing on the two legs, obviously. Big hooves. Is it hooves? It's not hooves. What, feet? I just feet. Elephant
kind of-
feet.
What kind
Oh.
of animal is it?
Oliphant.
An elephant.
Yeah.
An elephant. They have.
Feet. Pads.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Ollie
So
elephant
they're,
is
they're
like in
walking on
front
their
of you.
toes, but it's all a fatty pad underneath. Told you, animal facts.
They've
There
got
we go.
nails, So
Let me find you. Like, is it? It's not an
They're
Ollie
simply
font,
called
it's,
feet. Yeah. They're elephant's feet.
Uh,
had to look.
MTG. What are they called? It's not Oliphants. It's
They have
Elephants?
toes.
elephant
Heffalumps.
race. Not
Loxodon.
Loxodon. That was called Loxodons.
oh, is that actually? Yeah, I know. I've heard of that term.
Loxodon. Okay.
There we go. That's
It's got
what
a
I'm
bunch
looking
of magic
for.
cards named that. And they are elephants
Yeah.
indeed.
It's that. I posted it in Cast Ascension.
Yes, but they still have toes.
But not a cleric. So, looking over the counter at you in a long white and green robe.
How can I help you, Peachy?
Ooh, I've got new adventures for you.
Oh, you customers. Oh, I cannot wait. Dragon Punch. Oh, hello.
You've heard of us?
My
You have the
reputation precedes us,
biggest ears
apparently.
I've ever seen in my life. I love
Oh,
them.
thank you. I got them shined recently. And anyway,
Should I be shining
what
my
do you
ears?
want? No, you've got hair. I don't.
We're
have
looking
hairy
for a tent, other camping supplies, for hot climates.
Stars with me.
Oh, well, how many of you are there? 5?
It depends how you count. We got
Well, I count 1, 2, points at Arena, Perrin, 3, Skith, 4, probably about 5. Yeah, true.
I mean, the robot's a robot. I don't know if it needs a tent.
Oh, it's heresy?
No, it's a steel defender. It's a. Arena, help me out here.
It's a steel defender. I am an artificer.
Oh, is it an artificer thing? We don't get many of them around here. Not much truck with going into the wilds, them. Good for
Pretty
you.
quick to jump to heresy there.
By the way, does he have big tusks?
If you need to know more things about artificers,
They're
just let
capped
me know.
with silver on the end. And they're truncated a little bit.
Oh,
Oh,
pretty.
okay. Peachy just lands on his staff then.
Yeah. Backstory. You would know. Used to be an adventurer and fighting some evil things. They may have captured him and took his tusks. So he now has silver caps on the end.
Aw.
Damn it! Even making elephants sentient still gets their tusks stolen.
Yep.
Oliphants are pretty rare. Not Oliphants. Loxodons. God damn it. Anyway. There's only room for one sentient elephant race. My mind, apparently.
Ooh. So, you will need 4 sets of hot weather gear, 10 gold each.
What exactly does that do to cool us off? Is it just less clothing?
It's thin, flexible fabric that has a lot of breathability and wicks moisture away from the skin. So, when you sweat or perspire, it will draw the water away from you and let it air and evaporate. It will also
Is this
cover
like
you and
underneath
prevent.
the armor?
It is designed to work underneath, and in the case of
Shows you like a little bit of like gossamer netting.
this goes over the top to prevent any bugs from getting in. It is compatible with everything except for full armor. There's heavy armor.
But who wears full armor in the jungle?
Oh, that would be silly.
Aaron looks down at his full molten gold covering.
Perrin, FYI, if you have resistance to fire damage, you have immunity to hot temperatures.
Yeah.
Could
I
I
want to write that
just
down in your.
could I just
immunities.
wear like underwear and put my hat of the skies on and just make it look like I was wearing my robes anyway?
You could. Might look a little bit uncivilized to the natives of the Beast Isles. And also you will get bitten to shreds.
Terrible rashes from the plants.
Ooh, I don't want to think about those.
Oh.
I don't want rashes.
If you don't mind having to get your dangly bits chopped off,
I'll take the clothes.
very good.
Do
10
dragons, do
gold.
dragonborns have dangly bits? I guess tail.
10 gold. I'll mark
they
10
lay
gold
eggs?
off my sheet.
So do I need the hot weather gear, or is it not going to make a
Yeah,
difference?
well,
You don't need it. It won't matter for you.
Okay, so I can mark off 30 gold to get everyone else the gear.
okay. I marked 10 off mine.
Okay, I'll mark 20 off.
Okay. I'll start taking a little heat off of us. You guys spent a lot of the team gold.
Yeah, the
Also,
gold
Peachy,
bag
you
is a
will
little
already
bit-
have any
little
hot weather
jangly
gear,
and-
etc. as a native.
I'm going back home. I assume I've got a full wardrobe.
Yup. Then you will need rations and a tent. And
Yes.
presumably some sort of
traps or whatever to get yourself game if you're going to be trying to obtain food. Maybe a cooking set or utensils. Many water skins.
Yes, how much for your finest tent?
My finest. I make usable tents. I have fine ones, but they aren't quite as fine as the decorative ornaments that will get destroyed in one good downpour.
All right, how about your largest tent instead?
My largest tent weighs in at 140 kilograms. It would cost you, I would say, divided by 5, it cost you 20 gold.
Is that a lot for that, Perrin?
Normal tent would cost 2 gold.
This is a pavilion. It is a large tent with an open top in the center, and around the edges, obviously, little dividers that can be used as little rooms or annexes if you want. It does also weigh 140 kilograms.
I would say that
Suggest that for traveling, that slow you down.
Can carry
I'd
that,
call
right, Perrin?
that thing there
sounds
roughly
like
equivalent to
You're
a giant
strong.
sign. That's
You're so
roughly
strong.
I'm not carrying your tent. You're carrying your own damn tent.
Think of how much more muscle you would build if you carried the tent for us. And you'd
Well,
be
you
so
you
strong.
might build some muscle if you carry your own tent.
No, Perrin. My muscle is here. We have different muscles, Perrin.
Perrin points to the giant pavilion and says, "This thing is a giant sign that says T-Rex food inside."
You know that there aren't any muscles in the brain, right? Huh?
Oh, is that so? Well, it was more of a metaphor. Anyway, what's the next one down? I guess. Since Perrin's too weak to
four-person
carry it.
tent. The 4-person tent comes in at 5 gold.
All right, I'll take one of those for myself, and then you two can get whatever you want.
Good. It only weighs 40 pounds. Convert it for the sheets because they use Imperial.
How much can
Can
I
Skiz
carry?
carry
I don't even think
I don't think he can carry that.
For checking purposes, the Loxodon gives you the tent, and let's see if Skiff buckles.
I don't even know where do I see my
You're
max?
gonna have to
Strength-
trek with this thing through the
Strength check.
rainforest.
Just base strength.
Oh.
Ooh.
17. Yeah, like you hold it upright for now, but if I add to your sheet, 4-person tent with weight of,
I think have to
you
throw
are
a weight
still
on them.
inside your weight, apparently.
Yes.
Oh god.
Your carry capacity is your strength score multiplied by 15, which means you are almost at your limit. Because 15 multiplied by 9, 135. You're at 128. 7 more pounds, and you will not be able to move.
I just
Look,
looked
Perrin,
down and
no
you
problem.
added 10 tasty rats to my inventory in the break.
I didn't do that in the break. I did that in the conversation. I didn't wait.
That was
That
pretty
what,
great.
5 gold. All right, here's your money. Thank you.
You sure? You might have trouble setting this up in a rainforest.
Wait,
I've got help.
There might not be enough floor space.
Well, then what would you suggest, Mr. Shopman, owner?
I would suggest 1-person or 2-person tents. Alternatively, you could try just fireballing the area, but that is not a good idea.
Perrin's gonna make
Might try to do it.
a visible demonstration of the issue. He's gonna say "Skith, catch," and he throws a bedroll at Skith.
How much is the
It will
bedroll?
put him over his weight limit.
Skiff, you collapse.
Ugh.
You don't
Alright.
fall over, but it's the point where you will get exhausted if you try and carry this around. You're
His
sagging at
bedroll
the
is
knees.
7 pounds, and he was like 6 short of his limit, right?
Yep.
Perfect. Yep. Just throw a
How
bedroll
much does the
on
two-person-
top of the tent, and he just
One way.
The 2-person tent is
Talking me
2
down.
gold.
how heavy is it?
The weight, it is 20 pounds.
I love
Can I
the
have
idea-
that one?
Pardon?
I said, may I have that one then?
You may indeed. Here you go.
Peach is apparently carrying around a 10-kilo iron pot somewhere in her feathers.
It's a collapsible pot.
Yeah.
It's probably like a mini owl version or something. I mean, I've got like 7 weapons
Magic.
jangling around belts and things on me. I think
There was one point where he was toting around 3 different great swords.
I did have 3 different great swords.
You can make a good
Actually,
TV
I
from
don't.
that.
Did I ever sell the
Owl
original
size.
great sword?
You said you got rid of it. I believe you sold it. Yeah.
Okay, we'll say I sold it. It's fine.
Right, you will also need rations and cooking utensils and any traps you wish to use to get yourself any game.
Traps. Yeah, we should probably get some traps.
Do you not just hunt your food?
Do they look like they hunt their food?
I'm actually a pretty good
I
shot.
have, I've survived in the wilderness. It was just, the Dead City's wilderness. It's, it's colder up there.
Dead City's
It's
being
not
the equivalent of
same
like a relatively civilized land.
Arena taps her crossbow and says,
I've done quite a bit of hunting before, being a forest gnome and all.
Going to tell you that if you can't feed me, I will die.
It's not. He's not wrong.
I mean, I think if
Like rats?
anybody doesn't eat, you'll probably die.
I'm saying I'm incapable of catching my own food.
Oh. Well, we can
I'm
help
sorry,
you.
did your mother not teach you?
No,
Oh, I'm so
See, we
sorry
had-
to hear that.
we had servants and such that would just bring us what we requested.
Like a little chick.
You know, really, whatever you wanted.
Did they throw it up in your mouth as well?
Yes, sometimes they would feed you if you requested.
How
They
odd.
live very different lives down in the Asia satrapy.
I realize I led a life of privilege, Baron, okay? That's why I'm out here. It's probably atoning for it.
Where's the Atrius Atropy? Is that a place on the map?
Asia
Ishia
satrapy. It's in the
yes,
south.
it's where the Hellspire is. Near where it says Azure Sea. That'll be the west of there. South of the Dakan Makana League.
Oh, I can't see the map anymore. I've just got a boat.
No, we're on something else. We're
Alright,
on the.
Let me
on the
drag you
airship.
to there then. I've got too many tabs open. Ah, no. Buzzing
can never be
things.
too many tabs.
Do 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 do.
Do-do-do-do.
Only been fishing once or twice.
Ah, here.
And we are.
Oh, I've not got round to mapping that bit yet. No wonder. Very strange. I've seen a lot of the world, but none where people can't feed themselves.
It's more of a leisure activity than an incapability.
I think every city in the world has people that can't feed themselves. You just gotta go kind of to the middle, somewhere in there. Usually the tallest building.
Well, maybe we can teach you how to hunt then.
Oh boy. Arena's gonna try to teach you. It's not gonna go well.
Yeah,
I mean, I
So
think.
low.
do Arena
Yeah.
or Perrin have survival?
Yeah, I do. I have a +4 to survival.
Let me check. Yeah, I have survival.
I have a decent survival.
I have a +6.
Perrin did
We'll
actually,
just rub it
do
in.
some surviving in wilderness. It wasn't very wildernessy. Like there's villages around, but I'm sure he camped and
I'm
he
a
trapped and probably
forest
hunted.
gnome.
Yeah, you're fine.
Like
I'm a
did-
-3
Perrin did-
survival.
Perrin has his 5 javelins. He used those.
You know
on,
what?
Like,
That is the most scared thing ever. Nothing else about his wisdom. The fact he has a -3 for survival is definitely skiff.
Here, eat these
Yeah.
berries.
Just pay gold
He
for
just eats them.
everything.
It doesn't matter. No! Don't eat those berries!
Oh look, mushrooms. Nom, 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 nom.
it's times like these that make me really miss Gatton. None of this would even be a problem if he was here.
You wouldn't even be here if it weren't for me, Perrin.
Arena looks sad when you talk about Gadden.
Who's Captain?
He was a friend of ours, a druid. He could make good berries. It, meant we never had to worry about food.
Not like this. And Peachy is just gonna pull out what's she gonna use? A mistletoe and 10 good berries.
You could do that. Okay, that makes things easier. At least for the airship journey.
Well, I mean, yeah. Even chicks can do that.
But we're not druids. We can't do that. I can't make food. I mean, I can make food in the normal way you make food, going and getting it and like cooking it or something, but I can't magic up some food.
Well, here you go for now. And she gives you 2 each. But remember, 1 a day.
Keeps the
They
diamond.
do magically disappear at the end
They
of the
do
day. I
magically
think.
disappear at the end of the
Yeah.
day. Well, they lose their magic ability, so they turn into just normal berries.
You'd be like, oh, the second. No, that was a really disappointing berry. It still tasted nice.
Mm.
Well, thank you
Okay.
very much. I'll have to get you something in return.
Yes, thank you very much.
And immediately just eats it.
You suddenly feel full.
She gives the other one to Pietro.
She feels really full.
Pietro just suddenly turns into like a ball, but instead of closing into an armored ball, just kind of goes ball shaped and just.
I missed
think I
this.
ate too much. Maybe I shouldn't eat that all at once.
Yeah, maybe you should only eat half of one.
You're not my supervisor.
You can do whatever you want. I'm just saying maybe you wouldn't feel so sick.
It seems somewhat wise.
Okay. So.
He's like, "Are you gonna buy something?"
Yeah, we need some
loitering in
hunting
my
traps.
shop.
Hunting traps. How many hunting traps should we get? What would you advise?
What are you tending to hunt?
The D&D handbook lists hunting trap. 1d4 damage.
Oh
But
no.
then describes it like a bear trap, and it weighs 25 pounds, which sounds to me like a bear trap, and it only does 1d4 damage.
Yeah, no, these are pretty chunky things here.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just say homebrew. That is a bear trap, and it will not do 1d4. It will do probably a chunk more, in the region of like 2d6 or something. I'll come up with exact stats if you want to buy one later. Or you can buy a 1d4 trap, which is for small game, which will be significantly lighter and cheaper as well.
Okay, probably get some small game traps then. Maybe 1 or 2 of the big ones, just in case we. Honestly, I'd mainly use them for potential combat situations rather than hunting. What do we think?
Carry the traps, can you?
Will you be traveling or setting up camp for the most part? If you're setting up a permanent camp, hunting for something bigger, and then taking your time to skin it and clean it and dismember it, makes sense. If you're on the move all the time, you don't really want to be spending the time for that.
I think more so traveling than camping in one spot, but I expect there will be a period where we do camp in one spot.
Is weight a concern?
If you can stuff the things in a bag of holding, then no.
Ah, artificer. Of course. In which case, I recommend you buy all of them.
Of course he does. He wants to spend.
Now,
the
that's
most
funny you
money
should
on-
say that, shopkeep of hunting traps.
I know.
What do we think, guys? I could get 5 little ones and 1 big one, 10 gold.
All right.
Sounds fine to me. I don't know much about it, so.
So 5 little traps and 1 big one.
Okay, call that 15 gold in total then.
Okay.
And are we getting 1 person tents?
Marking off 15
1 to 2
gold.
person
No,
tents?
you were going to share with Perrin, and then Pietro and Skiff could share the 2-person that Skiff just got.
Okay. And then we need a cooking set. I have a water skin already. Do we need more than 1 water skin?
1 water skin will only last you for 1 day, so
Okay.
it depends if you've got create water on yourself. Obviously, it's a rainforest, so there will be water available, but you'll have to spend time collecting water and making sure it's pure water.
That water jug you were thinking about getting sounds Mighty nice.
We need the endless decanter
Yeah.
of water. Yeah. That's what we need.
How much
like
is that?
uncommon, I think. It's like 1,000 for an uncommon-ish, but it depends on EE's pricing because he does all.
Yeah, it's going to be north of 1,000, but not a lot.
Yeah.
Because it's not a combat item, so it doesn't tend to scale with the tower economy. So it will be around 1,000, probably a little north of it, but in that region.
Water skins are 2 silver pieces each.
Yeah.
You just buy more.
Obviously, that's weight again, though. When full, they,
Yeah.
But yes, if you want to just buy like a load of water skins each, that is the normal.
Side note, I bought one of those water purifying straws recently.
They're amazing.
Genius.
Yeah.
So good. Yeah, because
I have
you
one.
don't have to carry around
More
the weight
than
of multiple bottles of drinking water. You carry around one empty bottle in the straw and you just fill it up.
Mhm.
So
And
good.
you can go to stream or to a
Yeah.
whatever.
We went to several Welsh waterfalls.
Mhm.
You can just go and drink from any stream. Give me a sec. I've got Twitch chat open. One. It tastes really salty for some reason.
Yeah, don't drink from there. That's not good for you.
Yeah.
Don't drink from there.
At least this one isn't toxic. Right. Yeah.
You
did
can't
you want
filter out salt though, so it's a bit of a salty stream.
Ooh, tasty. Although that might make you more dehydrated.
Probably just there's enough salt in there to dehydrate you.
If you're, you probably need some salt. If it's Twitch chat salt, it's probably too much. Anyway, do you want water skins?
Grab an extra water skin each. I have one. I can grab a
one.
second one.
I would recommend more if you've got the funds. They're only 2 silver each.
Well, of course you would. You're the shopkeep.
Well, the last thing you want to do is run out of water and dehydrate.
Oh, how much does a cooking set cost?
1 second while I...
I could use more tools.
Arena has so many tools. I want a cooking set now.
I could pick up purify food and drink as a spell. Might want to do that.
Yeah, you might want to.
Cooking set. Why is it not listed here? It is here somewhere. Cooking set. Someone find me cooking set.
Cook
Not-
utensils, 1 gold piece.
There you go.
It's 1 GP
One gold
and
piece.
it weighs 8 pounds.
There you go.
I love it. This is the equivalent of going to Blacks and just being like, I'll get one of those, I'll get one of those.
I'll put it in the bag of
Yeah.
holding.
We were just gonna jump on the airship.
Do you all have bedrolls?
Yes, I have one. Does everyone else have one? Skith looks at Skith in particular.
I do have a bedroll.
Okay.
Petra does.
I do a lot of traveling.
In my head, I sleep perched on a branch. Because, an owl on its back.
I normally sleep embraced by my bot.
You might want some padding. It is made of metal.
I was going to say that doesn't sound very...
Oh.
And
You've
also,
got bedroll, right?
Me up and
you,
it's
you know
You'll
that
just
like a
cook.
little. It's like a
Does it-
little wing hammock, and then I have a bedroll that I put on it,
Yeah.
and then I
it's
sleep.
Yeah,
not
there we go.
steel or iron, is it? Because the humidity is quite high in the jungle.
It is steel. It's
Yeah,
a steel
steel.
defender.
You might want
But-
some oil.
It has an encasing of dragon scales.
It's got dragon
and
scale
feathers.
stuff on it. If you've
Does
got
that make
the,
it rust proof?
it's semi-magical, so it is rust proof. That's the benefit. Just with regular upkeep by an artificer. Okay. Do you want rations? I assume the answer is probably going to be yes.
Yes.
Because it'd be hilarious if we have a TPK because you can't hunt.
I have 9 rations on me right now.
Okay.
I
have-
gave 1 to the little ghost boy who pretended to eat it.
I have 10 rations.
I have 10 rations.
Would you like to get any more?
Probably.
I mean, we can probably gather food as we go with the traps and stuff, and
Yeah, we can
I mean,
try.
we'll probably get attacked on a regular basis by dinosaurs that we can then eat.
Just to clarify, you can't gather food as you go very easily with traps. You can only place them when you go to sleep and then check them in the morning.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we would do.
Okay.
I don't know if that would give us enough or not. But like, we're gonna be camping every night.
And we'll be hunting during the day while we're on traveling.
Well, I would recommend at least 2 weeks food each if you're going to go exploring in the deep jungle with no knowledge of where you're going or really any knowledge of the beast isles at all. I would recommend more than that, to be honest, but...
I'll take 10 more, so I have 20. Does that sound good?
That will cost you 5 silver each, 5 gold.
5 gold.
Yeah, I'll take.
Do you want to take that off
11.
that, or should I take it off something else?
11, that will cost you 5 gold, 5 silver.
Okay.
I can mark
should-
off 5 gold if you want.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can. All I have is gems, so.
Pietro is like,
I can't quite carry that. Can someone carry the rations for me? I'll pay.
I can carry your rations for you. We'll put them
Yay.
on the satchel.
Pietro forks over 20 rations.
Okay. Should I? You're gonna mark that on your sheet, right? Or should I note that I have it on?
Pietro can't carry them. You'll have someone who has to go on
I'll
someone
put them
else's
in
sheet.
the bag of holding with my other stuff. So 40.
Would Pietro need full-size rations?
No, but
No,
it
but
doesn't
he
really
is-
account for tiny animals. In fact, tiny creatures are never meant to be player characters, and yet somehow they made a tiny creature sentient. So I'm gonna
Marina
just go with,
and-
I'll give him leeway.
Pietro enjoy food. Let's just put it that way.
That is true.
We bond over food. I've eaten
Okay,
many
new
muffins.
rule. The towers, because of how much they empower your soul, and the soul, it's soul food, you need the food to actually empower that. Obviously, you need a full meal. There we go. Totally.
It's like being a
makes sense.
rower. You get through 5,000 calories a day or
Oh,
something
God, yeah.
crazy.
You're gonna mark the tent is on you, right? Bentham?
That's already got 10.
And the water.
Yeah,
skins?
I've got a tent. Skid's the one getting the tent.
I got
okay.
it. I'm carrying it.
And who's carrying the water skins?
I
You didn't decide on how many yet.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you spent.
Yeah, we
5
hadn't
gold.
actually picked
Oh, that
them. I'd
5
like
gold was for the rations.
One each right now.
Get us like 20 of them. Stick them in the bag of holding or something. I don't know.
20 water skins, excellent. Let me just ring those up. Two
Gold.
silver each. 40
Yeah,
silver,
so
4
hang on, that's a
gold.
lot of water skins. Do we need that many water skins?
You can't be too prepared.
There's a degree of
Are you
preparedness.
sure
You can-
Dragon Punch can't afford 4 gold? I would hate for you to get too
I'll
dehydrated.
give you
in your
5
travels.
gold for them.
Excellent. I
Yeah,
will take
I'm
your
sure-
offer.
I'm sure Dragon Punch can find water in a rainforest in
Yes,
under.
of course.
How many water skins?
In
is that?
under
so I
a
can mark
week.
it down.
Skith handed over 5 gold for 20 water skins.
So I have 21.
Yep.
Okay.
Dear.
Inside of the bag of holding.
Yep.
What if I want to make an
It says
ice
I'm over
block and then use
capacity, but
my
I'm not
carpenter
because
skills to
they're
shave it
inside the
down?
Bag of holding. I don't know how to display that on here.
Just set the weight to 0, I guess.
Okay. For all the things that are inside of the.
Yeah.
So that's not.
Oh, you could probably uncheck it, I guess. Unchecking it,
It
means
seems
it shouldn't
like unchecking
calculate.
it doesn't actually remove the weight. I tried that.
Okay. It definitely means it's not calculated for AC purposes for armors and so on, but
Yeah,
I guess it
armor.
just doesn't do the weight.
I have to carry.
Oh, unchecking means it's probably not equipped, but is stowed, I imagine. So it counts towards weight, but not towards, like,
Yeah, maybe it thinks that it's
using
in a
purposes.
bag or something.
Yeah, yeah.
That makes sense.
In which case it'd be a full action to get it out. Anyway,
Is there anything else you want? Peachy, they have been very good customers.
Well, you've always been good to me, so I thought I'd bring them here.
Of course.
Do we need any
It's a
more?
shame you're going, but I understand.
Are any
Arena
more
said-
rare or unique or magical items that you have for sale?
Arena said, "Do we need any rope?"
Yes,
don't we-
and
We do need rope. We've lost various bits of rope.
you can buy rope for the standard rate, whether you want hemp or whether you want silk.
And someone needed pittance, right? Someone lost their pittance. I'm good on pittance. today.
Oh,
I think someone was
I'm down a few pins.
down some pittance, and we seem to use those. I'm missing
Kittens.
10 foot of rope because it got singed by.
Yeah, they keep going through kittens really fast.
Pitons with a P.
Pittance.
For
Kittens.
Like
Pythons?
climbing.
Pittance?
climbing.
Okay.
Climbing
Yeah.
pittance. Pythons? Pittance.
Definitely.
Pittance. We're saying
Definitely
pittance, right?
kittens.
I assume pitons. I have never
Are they
actually
like
heard it said by a
crampons?
climber.
No, they're the little spikes you put into the rock.
Okay. I just fly.
Mm-hmm.
We've come
Just
across
rub
a
it in.
surprising number of rock faces in our time, and we keep using up pins.
All right, I think that's
I
it.
buy 4 pins. How much is that? That's
Well, I have a bonfire charm.
silver.
It helps you regen hit points on a short rest.
Oh.
There's the text, the bonfire charm.
That sounds pretty.
There's also
Place
Campus
on a campfire or
Respite.
touch the
That's
charm and
terrible.
ember. Enchant the fire with a faint healing radiance. If you or any friendly creatures are within the fire's light, regain hit points at the end of a short rest by spending 1 or more hit dice. Each of those creatures treats a hit dice roll of 1 as a 2. That's nice.
So you can't effectively roll a 1. It is a common item, so it is incredibly cheap.
How much is it? Because it's pretty garbage, all things told. I'm gonna be honest.
I'll let to the person who's like survives on 2 HP. That would cost you 100 gold.
It's like
2 potions or that, right?
yeah, it's like it's gonna take a long time to heal that. Like it's 1 point of extra healing if you roll a 1 on a hit die. It's not.
What is this tent rod? What's this?
This one is more expensive. This one's uncommon.
I don't think we do the campfire. I don't think it's worth it.
Okay.
I mean,
Campus Respite.
you know,
This rod
now
weighs 3
one
pounds
of
and
us
I'm
will die with 1 health left after rolling a
Yeah.
1 on a healing thing on a thing, but that's how it goes.
If you use an action, place the rods raised upside down on the ground in an occupied space manward. When you do, the spike on the rod's other end begins to glow from within, revealing its subtle design as a tent. Over the course of 1 minute, the rod expands and magically unfurls the canvas from its top, creating a 5-foot square opaque tent in its space, with an entrance large enough for a medium or small creature to comfortably fit. You choose the style, color, and quality of the tent each time you use this property. Regardless of its appearance, the tent can't be anything but a tent. Inside the tent is a square extra-dimensional dwelling, 15 feet by 10 feet high, with the enlarged Campus Respite supporting at the center. The walls and ceilings are made of the same canvas as the tent, but the floor is made of smooth stone. The rod's enlarged brazier functions as a magical fireplace that can be lit or extinguished by speaking the rod's first command word. This gives off light and heat as normal, but doesn't require oxygen to create smoke. The atmosphere inside the tent is comfortable and dry regardless of the weather outside.
Sounds awesome.
Sounds cushy.
It is also more expensive by a significant margin.
I bet. Can I even afford it? Or are you just teasing me?
Your team can afford it if you want.
How much is
Can
it?
afford it.
750 gold.
No,
I could
come
buy
on.
that.
We can't afford
I'll be broke.
We can't
Terrible
afford
investment. Just get a normal
says-
tent like a normal person.
It says it breaks though. When it collapses, dealing 20 damage to the tent. Oh no, dealing 20 damage causes it to collapse.
Yeah, I had the same thing reading it where I'm like, the tent collapsing causes 20 damage to it? That's terrible.
Yeah.
And then I also parsed it wrong.
Yeah, it's not
It's way
destroyed.
better
It just takes 12 hours before it can be used again in that case. So it doesn't actually destroy the item. Unlike a bag of holding, where if you hold the bag, it actually is fully destroyed. The tent just collapses.
Oh, I want that so bad.
Also, you could
but
put 500 pounds of kittens inside the bag of holding, but they would not survive for very long.
It would suffocate within
The
10
chat
minutes.
was asking, so that's why I answered that question.
I feel like if Skiff knows that's a thing,
Look,
he
if
will
Ra and
he will
Layla-
try to buy it.
The Vampire Slayer had a bag of holding, he'd be pretty happy.
Yeah, well, he's demonstrating to you now. He's like,
Well, you place it in the ground. Do you need a demonstration? It can't be used again for the day after doing this, but if you would like a demonstration, if that would help.
Sure, I don't think looking will cause any harm.
He's gonna spend all his money on a stupid.
goes over
tent.
to a wide open area in the center of the camping section and hands it to you.
Think about what sort of tent you would like and place it in the ground. And simply say, camp.
Camp? Like a big tent with blue and white sprawls out with like a little gold embroidered trim around the edge. Like
Okay, so this
style
little
from
tent
home.
just appears around it. It is a lovely kind of like deep royal blue color with a very like faint edging of white trim that is stark white, not like a faded white, but stark white, with a little bit of gold embossing around the edge, all the stitching incredibly fine. You can't even see the stitches without peering very closely. And in the front is just a flap.
Stick my head inside.
Inside is an area 15 foot by 15 foot, much larger than the actual like exterior. And in the center is this brazier just sitting there. And if you say the word camp inside,
it will also give off a radiant heat that will keep you warm and not too hot either.
Marina sticks her head in.
Oh, isn't this nice?
It
If
is
it's
pretty
raining, we
nice,
could-
but that is a lot of money.
I think I'm going to buy it.
Like both of our heads are in there and we're like whispering to each other.
It
I'll
would
give you a
not
chance
be
to
able to
talk
be
me out of it.
destroyed in any typical way, unlike your tents. Your tents could be damaged or burned or broken.
Would you
This
all
one-
to be interested in buying a mule and a wagon by any chance?
Marina kind
I
of looks to the other
guess
two
I
and
could
is like,
do the mule
We
and
do
a
need
wagon.
to probably make sure Greg of Destruction has a good home. He doesn't actually destroy anything. He's a good mule. He just
Yeah, we
likes
just-
to be called Greg of Destruction.
I will pay
It's
4
gold of
gold
destruction.
for a donkey or a mule. And let me just check cart cost. I will pay you 11 gold, 5 silver in total for both.
But he's very good. And his name is Greg of Destruction, which is,
I am definitely going to rename the donkey.
Oh, but that is what he
oh
wants
yeah,
to
he
be
won't
called.
like that.
He will not like that.
Tell you what, I will keep the name if I pay you 11 gold, 5 silver.
Marina looks at Perrin.
I mean, it's the kind of rates you get for selling to a shopkeep. It works.
You have to take good care of him, though. He also
I am
likes
going to get him
carrots
rendered down for
and
glue.
apples.
You'd better not. I wanna see him when I get back
It is
here.
a
Feed him an apple or
joke.
something.
I do need more
I'm just
carts.
worried. I know the kind of merchants that would say that and then do that to the mule.
Insight check. Arena's insight checking to make sure he actually is joking. Arena is concerned for her 5. I'm terrible.
Yeah, most definitely not going to get rendered down for glue at all.
Okay.
Pietro, would you like to go in on a
Yeah.
tent with me?
I can afford very little after paying for passage on an airship. I am level 3, you're level 8. It costs me a lot more money compared to my level.
Yes,
But-
I did try to gamble off my pearl of power, though.
Guilt tripping him?
Okay,
Dang.
that's true. I can afford 25 gold.
Perfect.
Deal.
And you'll
Yeah,
have a
try
warm
to-
place to stay.
You're not buying a
I'm
magic
so in
tent,
for
are
this.
you?
I will pay you back. This is gonna be the best tent ever.
Yeah, he hands you a small gem with 25 gold. Because Pietro can't carry coins, too heavy.
Skith, you cannot be serious.
Do it, Perrin. You'll thank me when we get there.
I'm
We have a
dying.
warm fire in a dry place.
I am playing no part in the purchasing of this tent.
You should stick your head inside. It is pretty nice. Just a little bit. A little peek.
And shakes his head and then steps in.
You seem to be very
Oh,
good
he's stepping
at
inside. He said he's going
camping.
inside.
So why not make it easy for yourselves?
I like how she's trying to convince us.
She totally doesn't get a kickback from this
Yeah,
Loxodon.
she's getting a kickback.
You're on commission here.
And we're
as,
buying,
as
like,
we're leaving,
we're
there's just
buying
a subtle passing of gold
everything.
coins.
This is probably one of the most expensive things in the shop. This guy doesn't have a lot of magical gear.
Yeah.
But guys,
Perrin brings his
finally,
head
I'm
back out. I've
shifting
already
this
bought
bloody
it.
luxury tent.
Okay, Perrin walked in. What it like?
Perrin, as you walk in, you see the inside of what appears to be a very nice, dry, not warm, but not cold. It's a nice kind of temperature just to be in without having to rely on any sort of breeze or anything. There's a brazier in the center, which is currently like unlit. You can see the coals in there. And around the edge, the drapes come down and it seems nice. It's not particularly noisy or anything.
Can I hear everyone talking outside still?
Faintly, but only faintly. It's very muffled.
It's like more muffled than normal.
It is an extra-dimensional space, but the opening is a permanent opening.
Brandon shakes his head, steps back out, and says, "You can't even hear anything in there. A T-Rex could come up and just try and take a chunk out of the tent. You wouldn't even know till it was there."
That's
Well,
why
that's
you're
why
going
we
to
have
be
people
sleeping
on
outside
watch.
in a normal tent.
I'm a heavy
Perrin
sleeper.
does this plan. Come on. Get the tent. Get it.
Fine, we can rotate who sleeps outside or something, but I'm going to take tent.
How many
I
people
like
sleep?
it.
How many people can sleep in it?
It's 10 by 15.
No, it's 15 by 15. 10 is high.
Oh.
So,
I mean-
probably 4 people.
Okay.
A pinch.
I mean, yeah, if we could all cram in there if it's like a real bad storm or something for sure.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Otherwise, one skith.
Yeah, someone's usually on
Um,
watch. So
Yep. And it's a rod that I just carry around instead of all.
like a giant.
Could we
tent.
return the other tents that we already bought too, or at least my?
Yeah, you can return the tent you bought, which costs
Okay.
2 gold, and
I'm
25
marking
gold from
3.
Pietro. So 27 gold off the list price. You'll be paying 723 gold.
That leaves me with 67 gold.
I
I'm cool with
assume I
that.
know the Loxodon's name.
You do. Let me just pull out the Loxodon's name. Loxodon name generate.
Oh, I thought you were gonna use the hero 2 names. They're not a good
I
ones,
mean,
but-
I don't think any of them were very Loxodon-y, but oh no, there is one.
Ooh.
The name of the Loxodon is Vonak
Ooh.
Elenithino.
That's a good name.
It is a good name.
So it's a Robin of Loxodon. That's
I like
great.
it.
God damn it.
What kind of things been with you?
Oh, they have been fine. I had zombies break in during the plague a few weeks ago. If I ever get my hands on those who caused it, I will be very angry.
Arena's gonna try
I
to change
had
the subject.
several of the other shopkeepers up and down the street were viciously murdered. I had to put one of them down myself as I fled. It was terrible.
That is
Oh yes,
awful.
terrible business.
Do you ever do any kind of sponsorships?
Well, some of the ranger bands, yes,
Well, we're
Ooh.
Dragon Punch, and you've heard of us before. Maybe
I
we could have
have.
some kind of deal with you if you give us a little bit of our money back for our adventures, and we could share all of the amazing things that we got.
I
with our
understand you're already
peoples and-
sponsored by Arathane's Emporium.
Yeah, but
So,
they have different items there.
yes, but I'm not sure I wish to associate my brand with the Chosen Knights at this moment in time. They're all flash and less practical use.
Oh.
I
Well,
mean, if they can't even hunt their food.
Yes, they have other people do
this,
that for them.
well, not all
That's a
of us.
reasonable assessment. They're, sometimes wish they
You
focused a
do
little bit more on the
realize you
saving.
are also affiliated with the Chosen Knights. You are
Affiliated is
on
different
their
than part
branding.
of.
They literally list you on their touring dates.
Yes, they got this in a tower quite easily.
Yes.
Sometimes you have to do what you have to do to get by and be able to focus on the whole saving people thing.
Yes. But you're still the ones who entered into a brand deal with them. That said, I did see you, gestures towards Skith and Pietro, the other week clearing out some of the more stubborn husks. I appreciate it. It is very nice for selfless individuals such as you to continue to help clear out some of this blighted neighborhood. Thank you for your selflessness.
No problem at
Rolled
all.
his eyes so big.
His parents' eyes are like, they roll all the way around.
Oh yes, Peachy. This scaled fellow here and this other scaled fellow were clearing out many of the zombies left over from the plague. It was very nice. I'm glad to see you affiliated with such nice young men.
Flashback to them back to back. Pew, 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 pew.
It was also community service, but like no one knows that.
They had little like orange vests on, but no one could see them.
And you said you didn't like lifting things.
Well, throwing spells is different than lifting things.
How nice of you.
We do what we can. Nasty business, the husks. My people have unleashed them upon an island once, trying to take over the tower. Messy business.
Feel free to make a history roll, Peachy.
We all know how good my history is. Is history
It's like super far away.
Yeah,
each
I'm
other.
so good.
No, doesn't ring a bell.
While they're doing all that, I'm gonna get out my map and show it to Vonnick.
Ooh.
And so I've done this bit and I've done this bit. What do you think about this area over here?
I think that you've done a lot for your people, and you know, the more you travel, the more risk you expose yourself to. It would be time for you to hang up your feathers, so to speak, and have less flying around the world. But I know you are not that type.
Oh, Vonnick, I've hardly started.
Yes, yes. Level 8 is a very respectable level to get to. But, I guess you've been to the Sun Spire and the Ruined Pillar as well. I guess the Drowned Tower would be the next one. It's also in the Lemurian Empire. You could go around there. However, it wouldn't really benefit you. There's lots of water challenges. Somewhat, not as good for someone who relies on their flight.
I don't have to rely on flight.
It is true, and you can turn into all kinds of aquatic beasts now, correct? Oh, maybe there then. Or you could go to the Soul Spire, although I did hear that the spire shut down for a few hours a few months ago. Very strange, but the Soul Spire might be worth considering.
How could a soul spire shut?
I do not know. Apparently it merely closed down. It wasn't accepting any more people for a couple of hours. It's unprecedented from what I have heard.
It's very odd.
Yes.
She stays facing Vonnick, but her head turns.
Skith roll an insight
Have you
check
heard
to
of
see how
this?
Perrin and Arena are acting.
Perrin Arena, roll performance.
Like we're both
Skith,
just staring very intently at items on the shelves.
Skith and Peachy can roll insight.
Oh, my 10 rolled my 10 for everyone.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's my best roll ever.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my
we
god,
looked
Perrin and
so
Arena
great.
rolled a 10 and a 9. Skith got a 16. And
So good for
Peachy
me.
obviously got a 17. It is plain to see that both of them, like, you saw what they were doing on camera just then. Like, Perrin gets out, like, a campus guide and just starts going like this. And Arena's like,
Touching
and like,
sound.
one of Corvobot's wings just kind of comes up in front of her face to hide her. Yeah, that you know that they know something. Something's going on. They were somehow very much in the know on this.
Mental note.
Peachy makes a mental note to ask them about that later.
Yeah.
The both of them are like, meant I will remember this.
I mean, explaining it to Skith is easy. We just need to be like, yeah, we did this thing. We told you about it already.
Let me also
okay,
check
okay.
Pietro, because Pietro knows as well. So performance roll for Pietro.
Oh. Oh, Pietro. has a
Even
decent
Pietro
know,
only
we
has
told you
12.
You know
Oh,
that
that's
story we
okay.
told you about that time we broke a tower? That was the Soul Spire. That's what they were talking about. Yeah, that's what it was. It was just what we gotta say later to Skith.
Well, when you are stronger, you could be one of the few who attempts to traverse the ruin storm and try and map the old continent of Ursuline, but that is incredibly dangerous. There's only rumors of people coming back after attempting that.
Flashback
Even trying to
us.
map that place is a bad idea. I don't think it probably even stays the same all the time.
Even more reason to map it?
She might have a magical
Karen just
map.
shakes
Who
his head.
knows,
This is
Karen?
like, it's not even any point. If the owl wants to map Ursuline, they can map Ursuline.
Look at my rod, Arena. It's so cool.
You really shouldn't say that out loud in polite company.
Arena does look at the rod.
Which one?
Well, it's
And she
I guess
touches
it's not a
it.
tint anymore, right? So
Yeah, as soon as you take it down, it is not a tent, but it will take another long rest to do.
Oh, I could probably put some gems on it if you wanted.
Oh, that'd be lovely. And probably, maybe it would keep the dinosaurs away.
I don't think it will keep the dinosaurs away. But maybe you could blind them by pointing it in a direction and then the light hits it.
Yes.
Seen dinosaurs before?
No, I've been called one before,
Oh.
though.
So,
It's very rude.
you've not really been to the jungle. You've not seen dinosaurs.
I've read about them in books before.
It's a bit different.
I've encountered the mechanical beasts that roam the wilderness of the dead cities. They're a
That's
little bit
not a
smaller.
dinosaur.
Probably.
Sure
I know they're not
you've already
dinosaurs, but
said the
it's a
beast
similar thing.
ones.
Oh,
They're made of
Peachy,
metal.
If it helps, there are some dinosaurs that appear to be like, for want of a better term, robotic. They are made of metal and they wander around.
Oh, okay. You're not just being like, well, I saw a robot, so, you know.
No,
dinosaurs, same
they are
thing.
rare in the beast styles, but there are some. There are also some that are definitely malfunctioning and you're meant to keep away from. Like, they're a lot more angry.
They glow a different color, by any
Robotic,
chance.
They
angry
do. They glow red.
dinosaurs.
I'm just
Oh.
following these
Arena
two.
has seen the robotic animals that appear around the dead cities. There are some in the
Yeah.
vicinity of Oleona, so it's
Yeah,
it'll
but
just
why
be
would
that,
there
but
be
dinosaurs.
Yeah. Interesting.
I figured that not many people have been inside of the Beast Tower, and we might be able to get a unique experience or items.
Do you know much about the goddess?
Can I roll to see how much I know about the
Is
goddess?
it
Religion.
might know.
Religion roll.
One.
13 from Skip. Arena has a 19.
Perrin pulls out his ancient
15.
Giraskrell's Guide to the Towers.
Peachy will
There are-
basically know most of
I was
this.
going to say, there are only
Yeah.
3 levels per tower, aren't there?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can only
gain
get 3 per any tower. There are, 20 something
Yeah.
levels in the tower, but you can only ever get 3 after that it caps out.
Or s-
So Melora, otherwise known as Artemis, is the patron goddess of nature, as opposed to like Arway, who was before she left more about cultivated nature, cultivation, etc. Artemis is much more about natural course. So she is more about like,
Yes.
less about the sheep in the field being, a farm animal, and more about, the line in the, plane hunting down the zebra, the armadillo just doing its business, whatever. The natural course, the might, the natural sort of selection process. She can be seen as brutal sometimes, but she is also considered to be relatively fair. She does come to a head with Erithis quite a lot, because Erithis is all about civilization and often the encroachment of civilization on the wild. So they have a bit of head-to-head occasionally. However, there are rumors that they were, and this is for arena only, and Perrin actually, because Perrin's religion, that they have been involved in an on-again, off-again, very complicated relationship, which would be hard to really define. It's not stable, put it that way. Her and Erithis are complicated, I think would be their Facebook status.
Well, of course we know about Melora. Well, she helps us with the harvest every year. So we know a lot about her. Well, at least this.
This caveat, she's definitely not about harvest. That would be Arroway and her old job. Melora is very much like the natural course of nature.
Oh, okay.
The hunt.
Yeah,
Okay.
Melora is more like you go to harvest your crops and a wolf eats you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Her title is actually the goddess of the hunt. Like, that is literally her title.
Okay, maybe the hunting. Then she'll go on the hunting front of that. Then. Sorry.
Yeah, our folk don't tend to farms.
Well, we did an event every year that was a big hunt, and well, my father would go for it. It was very fun.
We tend to hunt for survival rather than for fun.
That makes
Times
sense.
when I have hunted, it's been for survival.
Well, sometimes survival can be fun, though.
Peachy hears a squeak and just locks in.
The head keeps going.
It's gonna happen every time there's a squeak. Every owl in the vicinity, just like
Yeah, it genuinely
Scroll.
will. Like in The Witches when they hear the mouse and they're like, a mouse?
But did you know there are rumors that she was in a relationship with Erithis?
Don't be silly.
What else did they say?
Why would she want? They could not be more different.
Well,
it's an
sometimes,
unusual combination.
sometimes people that are different are attracted to each other.
Arena kind of turns red. And then looks back at
Insight
Peachy.
check. What?
Do it. Arena, make
Oh,
a
no.
deception or performance, your choice.
I don't even think you need to roll. I think she's like, it's bad.
Natural
Nat
20 on the...
deception.
Oh, was it supposed to be performance? Not.
Hey, no, it could be either. I said it could be either. So it's a natural 20 versus a 15.
Okay.
Up to you. She doesn't gather who it is, but it could be she thinks it's someone else that you're getting read about if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's totally getting read
You
about
pick
Skip.
up that it's somebody, but it's not some. Yeah, it's not who who it actually is.
It's definitely Skip.
Skip and Arena are a lot more alike, though.
It's an odd combination, but I suppose there's, maybe it's like the urban jungle kind of deal. Like that doesn't make sense. I don't know why that's a thing.
I think she's talking about the list.
The actress says to Kobolda, who I think you're muted.
What?
What?
Oh, we can't hear you.
Yeah.
We
Nope.
can't hear you at all. Your microphone is.
Oh yeah, you're not. Oh yeah, you're not muted in Zoom, so
Ursula
something's
took
just
your,
gone
Your
bork.
voice.
Mic is
Nope.
broken somehow, maybe.
Soundboarded.
Nope.
Bye. Ooh, I think I have
But
a
it-
4% thing.
Oh wait, where do I go? Is it up?
Now
is it
you're
up here?
Sally.
Oh, there we
Ooh.
go.
Sally is me, and I am Bentham.
Oh, man.
The tiny
We've all swapped. We've just done.
Okay, well, while we wait, everyone except again for Peachy, because it's about the homeland, make a history check for your knowledge of the Beast Owls.
Ooh, okay.
This is tied into the previous religion
20,
check.
not
20
natty.
from Arena.
Nat
Natural
1. Wow, nat
Wow.
1.
Oh, now I
You're
gotta
still-
move everybody around.
No, still don't hear you. I don't think it's a Zoom thing. I think something else
Yeah.
has gone wrong.
Who's who? Am I here?
Is the microphone like recording in the levels? Are the levels going up? It's a good job we're coming to the end anyway.
Yeah, no, it is. It's wrapping up.
Yeah, feel free to make a history check for what you know about the beast owls, because I can still at least explain information and just do that. Whatever it's called. What's it called? Exposition. I can exposit?
Suppose.
I was going to say that, and I was like, that would be the bad choice. Skip at 16. Okay.
I will expose
so
your
Perrin,
knowledge.
you have no knowledge of the beast owls. So I'm afraid I can't tell you anything. However, Skith and Arena, it was never really colonized hugely. It was always left as kind of a untouched land to an extent. There were minimal attempts to try and settle it historically before the Cataclysm, but nothing ever really took off. And post-Cataclysm, the Beast Tower, and then to an extent...
Hello.
Yo, you're back!
Hey!
Then to an extent,
That's
the
weird.
influence and protection of Melora, Artemis, kind of the land is deliberately kind of kept by her, at least in inference, to be protected and not to be super developed or anything. But obviously there's only limited, influence the gods have these days. But it definitely seems to be a world that has had its own little bit of a push towards being left for nature. Arena, however, with a 20, would also know that that does not mean that there are no cultures there. Does not mean that it's not civilized in its own way. There are cultures there, they just live a lot more in the natural ecosystem than just trying to effectively terraform it. Obviously Elfolk, which you now know about. There are also other sort of humanoid creatures who have been developed from effectively the Feywild. There's rabbit folk, I can't remember the actual name for them. There's also lizard folk as well over there. And all of those sort of races tend to live a lot more in harmony with the nature rather than developing it. There's often a way for like the other civilized nations of the world to look down on them and often seem like, oh yeah, they're just not using it properly. But they just have a different way of looking at it. So
Nothing at all like the real world.
no, there's no parallels here whatsoever. I don't know what you're talking about. It's like I'm using some sort of allegory.
Perrin with his natural one is all I know is the beast styles have dinosaurs, the tower, and Corbin the
Cogdeer.
gnome. Corbin Cogdeer, that's the one.
Corbin the
Get
gnome.
your Arena's name.
I don't know. Forget my own name sometimes.
Next, you'll tell me you've forgotten Skiff's 4 names.
It's Skins Lightning Scale Arcanus, right? Did I nail it?
There's another one. That's only 3.
Damn it! I don't. It's not even. Shush. It's only, you don't need that many names. Too many names.
Old giraffe.
Hey guy, who's gonna remember Uljaroth?
Personal name, honorific name, house name, clan name.
Silly. You only need one name.
Luckily, the Elfolk aren't as numerous. Right. In which case, with your camping supplies done, your stuff being bought, anything else you want to do, are you good to get in this airship?
I'm ready to fly.
I think we're good for the airship.
Okay. And with that, you get on board the airship. And as you get aboard, Silverwing tells you,
Oh, this will be a 4-week journey with an extra few days spent in a few places stopping off. So 5 weeks in total. If we push the engines, we could go faster. However, we do not want to tax the elemental. It is rare to get such a powerful being.
Where are the
Oh.
planned stops?
We will be going to Sun the Throne to pick up the last part of our cargo.
Arena's
Then
eyes light
we'll
up.
make our way to Exodus. Then the Freeport before we rise over the ruin storm and make our way through the narrow pass to the Beast Tower, and we will be going to the Forgotten Eyrie.
That's perfect. I've been meaning to go to Sandron. I have a letter I need to deliver to a very important person. How long will we be staying there?
Not long. I can't guarantee more than 2 days.
What is
Will
the
there be
Freeport?
enough time to get to the academy?
What is the Freeport? Make a history check.
I've not heard of this. It's a tiny dot on the map. Small dot. 19.
21.
Heron, like a pirate haven or plunderer haven or something. The ruins of the old world. I don't know. Arena, you know this. 21 is needed.
21 is needed?
A 20 is the threshold.
Jeez.
So, based out of an old seagoing vessel from before the Cataclysm that was wrecked, but still vaguely seaworthy, is a very small nation. They're effectively run by adventurers. It's nearly all adventurers there. And they basically make a living by either guiding people through the pass in the Runestorm or plundering the area around the depths around Ursuline, looking for relics, treasure, etc. It is 100% a free nation of pirates, freebooters, mercenaries, whatever you wish to call them. They're very much, I would say, chaotic neutral might be a description.
Well, Arena did say her father told her story, or her grandfather told her stories about pirates.
Yep. But they are also a perfect stop before going through the Runestorm.
Arena will ask Silverwing,
Would there be enough time to stop at the academy?
We will be stopping in Sunthrone. But if you wish to jump off for a day, you have maybe that long.
All right.
We will spend a few more at Exodus, and then a few at Freeport to load up on supplies and ammunition before we brave the Runestorm.
Where is the ruin storm?
The Runestorm is effectively a large area of disturbance around the destroyed continent of Ursuline. Stretches roughly about 20 miles offshore every point. Everything that is discolored on the map there would indicate land that is no longer there, effectively. Mostly believed to have been destroyed or sunk beneath the waves by the gods about 850 years ago.
Oh, that's why it's a different color. Okay.
That is the original home of civilization before things went wrong 850 years ago.
So it's Atlantis.
Kind of. Yeah, I guess that's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah, there you go.
So, we will begin a new chapter.
And that's how we're going to close today's episode. Cool. I didn't realize we'd have a hiking shop, a camping shop, or whatever, is the majority of today. But you have a rod.
It would buy the most expensive thing in there.
I mean, that tent looks super cool.
Yeah,
It is really
pretty
cool. It also helps anytime you place it down, you can choose the appearance provided it's still a tent.
Lost.
Yeah.
Also, it makes complete sense that that's what Skip decides to spend.
I didn't want to spend all my gold, okay?
Well, it's
Skip
like
wanted
me.
to spend
I
it.
went glamping in a yurt because it had proper beds and a hot shower. Like, if I'm gonna go camping, I want luxury, and that's me. Let alone a noble-born posh person.
Oh, wait until Skip's like, wait, decanter of endless water, put a grid below it, put it on a pole, hang it from the roof, shower.
I go off-roading and dispersed camping all the time, like on weekends all the time. And
Don't you wish you had this?
I really wanted to canter.
we have a
in this
pop-up
water.
tent, and it's like a pop-up tent on the back of our
But
tent.
is it
It's
like a
really nice.
TARDIS, like it's bigger on the inside?
It
So it's
kind
a
of
perfect
is.
temperature.
It's like a
actually.
TARDIS. I was like, it's a TARDIS in my head.
But
Also,
not
there's
that
a
big.
very big difference between camping in the UK and camping in the US, in that we can guarantee there will be rain.
Well, we have.
You say
we have
that.
rain
I'm
protection.
still waiting for the rain that was meant to come with that
Oh yeah,
thunderstorm.
we miraculously got through a week without any rain, but camping.
I still haven't had much. It was
Fair
meant to.
weather camping is
I
lovely.
blooming got it
Poor
all.
weather camping is the pits.
I actually don't mind rainy, campy days because like you can just make some soup and sit next to like a fire and chill.
I lived in the wilderness for a week on stream.
That's why you have awnings and stuff. Like at least our thing, we have a pop-up tent that like pulls out and the awning comes out on it.
I'm genuinely
So you mean a
just have like
caravan?
No, it's just
We
like
made our-
it's almost like a TARDIS though. Like it compacts down and then it pops open and it like.
She's the one who bought the
it's bigger.
pavilion for 100 gold or whatever it was. Yeah.
We
Anyway,
yeah, we built.
We
a
do
shelter
have
of sticks.
snakes, Incubus. We have
You've killed all the
3
creatures that live in
species
the
of
UK.
snake.
Yeah, we got 3 kinds of snake, and I've never seen any of them in my life here.
We got 3, 2,
one
no,
is poisonous.
venomous. Yeah, we've
Venomous.
got
That's
adder,
not poisonous,
smooth,
yeah.
adder, smooth snake. We've now got 2 species of grass snake. Escalapian snake is coming in as well.
Oh.
We've got
Yeah.
yeah.
There we
Told
go.
you, animal facts.
There we go. Oh, the animal facts. So on that bombshell, let's go and do our outro stuff. So we've been sponsored by Roll20. They've allowed us to do this, have lovely maps. Actually have, if you use the ruler on the map, look, you can tell the distance. It's going to be about 11,500 kilometers. If this
Roll
was
kilometers.
not a Mercator projection map, you know, that would cause issues.
I mean, we're
but-
kind of going along the equator.
You are
real
kind of
close
mostly in the
to-
equator, so it does work out. Yeah.
I'm so excited to meet Edmund Heifel's like the love of his life, Peppa. I'm like so
Yeah.
excited to meet her.
She was visiting Near Earth recently,
Oh, shut up!
about a month ago.
Don't.
Yeah.
Don't
She
even.
just came into dock.
It's like if we get to Bloomin' Sun Throne and they're like your princess is in another castle.
I've
so
been,
yeah, thank
I've
you very
been
much for
holding onto
Roll20.
this letter for like 6 months
You
now.
have.
I forgot this letter existed like
You were
6
like,
real
"What?"
months ago.
You're like, who the hell's Peppa?
I was like, you finally
Peppa,
deliver it. Look, we're
what's
going
a
past
pepper?
Sun Throne. Right. So yeah, thank you to them. We have an affiliate link. It makes the numbers go burr or something. And they also give us stuff for giveaways. We've got a giveaway ongoing currently. Check our Twitter for details. Also, it is September, so a reminder that there is 20% off new subs right now. Is that it? 20% off new subs?
Yep.
Yep, there we go.
Yep, and gift subs.
Sup.
And gift subs. There you go. Also, there are new Ascensions goodies coming soon. For instance, Peach's character sheet, but also this world map, which I realized I have actually left a placeholder. Just don't look too closely at the narrow path between North Ursuline and Southern Ursuline. It's currently my placeholder word for ocean, which, because I spelt it wrong when I was making placeholders, is Koian. So that's the Koian now. I might have to call something the Koian
that's
Sea or
like-
something.
That takes me
Um,
back to when you first showed me the map and it was just full
It
of
could
like
be the
20
Koian
Koians.
Canal, like, you know, the Panama Canal, Koian Canal.
I mean, that's
It's where
how
all the goods
actual
come through
place
and-
names are
Yeah.
named, right?
Right, that's it for our announcements. So let's go through everyone and where you can find them until next week and what they're doing. And of course, we'll start with our guest for today, the most adorable owl and also
Look at
adorable
that
Sally
art.
LePage.
Look at
Who are
that
you? What do you do? And where
art.
can we find you until next week?
Who am I? I am Sally LePage. I make science radio and radio programs and podcasts. I am on Twitter at Sally LePage, formerly on YouTube. Naked Scientists if you want to listen to my voice, but most just Twitter. That's where you'll mostly hear me between now and next week.
Okay.
And I promise I don't normally squeak.
It's very hard to squeak on Twitter.
Well, you can tweet.
Yeah.
Not very owly noise.
Tweet.
But I will say that the call of a northern saw-whet owl is whoop, which is why I do that.
I love it.
Mm-hmm. That's how you know I'm a biologist.
It wakes everybody up too. They're like, what? Okay.
Also, because you complain about how all the images that you look at in textbooks for all the animals is like, that's for the male variant.
Oh yeah.
Geep is the one
Totally.
who squeaks.
Right. Kobold, what about you when you're not trying to avoid being too conspicuous and get murdered by another bird?
That's right. Sir stabs a lot. Stabs softly. He stabs me a lot. Yeah, I'm Cobalt
it
Shriek.
softly,
It hurts. Hurts real bad.
It doesn't. Yeah, not really.
It's not friendly. Yeah, I stream pretty much every day, except for today, which I am here playing D&D on.
Well, technically you did stream. I streamed for you.
Technically, it's true. I play a lot of indie roguelike games, Binding of Isaac, Enter the Gungeon, Darkest Dungeon. I'm doing a Nuzlocke, Heart Gold Pokemon playthrough right now. And I've also got community Isaac races tomorrow morning, where I'm going to have people in my channel streaming and basically battling one another in races in Isaac. And that's pretty much open to everybody. And it's my first time doing that, so that'll be fun. And yeah, I play D&D Tuesdays and Thursdays. Well, it's Pathfinder on Tuesdays, and it's always a pleasure. Had a lot of fun. Thanks for having me.
Maggie, what about you when you're not committing tech heresy?
I didn't. Okay, yeah, I have. I was like, I haven't, and I was like, wait, no, I probably definitely have. I'm Margaret Crone. You can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places because that's my name. I do lots of things on the internet. I'm currently looking for some new projects because this is where you find me, right here on Roll For It on Thursdays, as well as on Tuesdays. We're wrapping up our show over on the Bubbernauts channel, but we are playing Pathfinder there. We'll see if Oz survives that. And beyond that, I make video games for a living. I'm currently working on a game called Ashes of Creation. And if you'd like to check that out, you can go to Ashes of Creation in all of the places to go see it with your eyeballs.
I tend to go see it with my feet.
Well, maybe we can do some braille parchment papers that we can send your way.
That sounds interesting.
I have solutions. Everyone will find Ashes of Creation in their life.
And
That's kind of ominous. Everyone will find the Ashes of Creation in their life.
Sound like a threat.
The cult of the Ashes of Creation.
So, and last but not least, Perrin Bentham, where can we find you when you're not accidentally totally not complicit in a mass genocide by a zombie?
It was not what happened. It was not what happened. Lies
You were
and
told
slander.
to take care of a Harker, and instead you're like, yo, bro, here's a magic item. You can sell to somebody and also have fun. Go blow up that building. It's cool.
I would also like to posit you the question of, if you see a crime and do not report a crime, are you somehow complicit in that crime?
No, legally, you're not required to report
He killed a Lumerian guard.
In the UK, you are no longer. You used to be, but yes.
He killed a Lumerian guard.
In fairness, I
you are
did
definitely
behead a
guilty
guard.
of murder of effectively a police officer, yes.
I prevented the reporting of a crime, which probably is a crime.
Oh, that's obstruction of justice.
Because I murdered the guy that was going to report the crime.
It was 100%
murder and obstruction
in front of all of us.
Murder. And then
but it was a different crime. There were two crimes.
It would probably be treated as a singular crime in which you were then complicit. Because
that's unfair. That's two separate crimes. There's releasing the zombies, which is the bad crime, and there's bombing Lumerian airships, which is the good crime. It's no crime if it's rebellion.
Friend, I go all in, okay? And I just need to know what Perrin's doing. I just don't know what he's doing.
A crime is contravening the law.
I do appreciate that Skip's position
do not automatically equal moral
Skip's
points.
just like,
you
take
can
a
be
side.
moral and still commit a crime, but you have to still admit you're making the crime.
Yeah,
crime
so
is
if you're
contravening the law.
so if you're bombing enemy airships, then it's a crime, but it's morally good because they're an evil oppressor.
So you admit you're complicit in the crime?
That one, yeah, sure. But
Okay.
not the zombie one. That's the problem.
That was part and parcel. I'm pretty sure we can make that slide past the jury. Anyway, where can we find you until next week?
God damn it. Okay, you can find me. I mean, I have a YouTube channel, but currently the main purpose of that is for some dude to steal game keys off people and sell them, so I gotta do something about that. But I also have a Twitch channel. And it was you all along. You are Mangled Proc.
Rips off my face is bent from underneath.
Yeah, but my Twitch channel and my YouTube channel are unfortunately known as Mangled Pork. Whoops. And there I play games. Most recently been doing, what have we been doing? We did some Starbase, and then was there anything else? I think that was it. But tomorrow we're going to be doing some Space Engineers, and then I might be doing some Barotrauma on Sunday, or if not on Sunday, then a future Sunday. It's going to be a Sunday. Either way. Barotrauma, yeah, it's a game about being in a submarine in the oceans of Europa, where there's aliens trying to eat your face.
Decompression, weird.
Yeah, you do
crushing
die from that
pressure is a
lot.
major
I
issue.
got barotrauma. That's why I've got blood vessel burst in my eye. I came up too
Ah.
quickly from scuba diving and my eye blood vessels
How
burst.
deep were you?
Not very. I just didn't equalize my mask in time.
Oh.
It's the first 10 meters you have the greatest change in pressure.
Yeah.
I'll stick to video game based barotrauma as opposed to the real thing. I think that works for
I
me.
love
But that's
scuba
what I'm going to be up
diving.
to, playing games, multiplayer games, and all that. At some point I might stream Satisfactory. I've been meaning to do that as well, but time is a thing that is non-existent.
Sally and I will go on a scuba trip.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, E, what are you up to?
I am Elysium. You can find me at twitch.tv/Elysium, where I occasionally stream things. This Saturday, we'll be playing more Sprocket, making a tank, and then testing it out. Last time, we made some very strange tanks, and they were all very successful. So this time, we might be trying to do something ridiculous, like make the smallest tank we can that is still viable. We've already made the fastest firing tank that's still viable, and then we made the fastest tank that's still viable, which just consisted of us doing loops at 70 miles an hour in a tank, while firing into the rear of, tigers and stuff. So that was funny. So now we're going to try and make the smallest one and see if we can make a tank that's basically a go-kart that can still take down king tigers. That's going to be weird. So probably making
So
the
Skit's
smallest
yacht.
tank. Yeah, kind of.
Can you name
except,
it that? Skit's yacht.
I would be tempted.
Okay.
Maybe Skith Rod. It's a bit smaller.
Ooh,
and
yeah.
Not as pretty looking.
There you go. Not until I
Um,
put some gems on it. I bedazzle his rod.
It does get bigger when you hold it.
Bejazzle? Bedizzle?
Spans.
Bedongle?
And on that note, I am not going to be able to sleep tonight. So thank you for watching, everyone. We'll be back next week with more airship shenanigans that might actually be on an airship.
Peace.
Thank you.
No, I think we're going to spend the next
Oh,
4
no,
hours on the
tips.
gangplank.
Tips. Oh,
Not to be confused with... No, I'm just kidding. I'm not.
not to be confused with
Skip
Skith Rod.
pitching a tent.
Oh no, there's more camping jokes that can be had out of this.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there are so many camping jokes.
Oh,
Look,
no.
it's intense, so,
No. Anyway,
Tips.
Finley shards.
Uh,
Finley shards. Well, you got an animal tip.
I've got just a
Oh.
general tip. Don't water your houseplants little and often. Give them a soak and let them dry out.
Really?
Yeah, you
Yeah. Because
I mean,
otherwise,
I knew the peace lily you meant to soak and dry out, but I thought the bonsai
pretty
was a little
pretty
bit.
much every single plant prefers being soaked and drying out, because otherwise you're only watering the top bit of soil, or the roots go to the top, and then if it ever does dry out, it doesn't have any.
Oh, but what if you do bottom watering?
Like,
Bottom watering is good, but plants don't like standing in water, otherwise their roots rot. And getting your plants back from root rot is a lot harder than getting your plants back from
So
drought.
can you do little or nothing with bottom watering so that it gets absorbed in? If you just do little or nothing.
I'm imagining that Peachy and PH are actually having this herbalism conversation in game.
No, canon now.
I'm just liking the idea that you can water your plants a bunch and then leave them for ages. That sounds great
Not
to me.
That's
ages.
literally what I do.
But like,
My
Nice.
orchids go a month
This is
between
my
waters.
orchid.
Yeah, Phalaenopsis like that one. I mean, they live on the side of trees.
you
So
do
as long
need
as
to
the
water it,
humidity is
though.
not too
Don't
dry.
go too long. I usually
should
go
get
like
a
house
15
plant.
days.
Once if they start drooping, then that's telling you it's time to water them.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
generally
But it's much-
Really
it's-
thirsty.
You're much more
It's just
likely
this
to kill
one.
a
I don't know
plant
why
by
this one goes
overwatering
down.
than underwatering.
Yeah.
But everything else is
Just
fine.
because it's getting old.
Yeah,
Oh,
it is
it's
okay.
only have a
putting
certain
way
number
too
of leaves
much
at a time.
liquid fertilizer on it and burning it.
Oh yeah, don't do that.
I totally did that last
So
time.
it feels like the end of Gardener's World when they have a tips for what to do this weekend.
Oh, you should just
Um,
every episode
yeah.
you're on have a little garden like herbalism tip for us.
Yeah, I mean,
And
I,
it should be like
That's
you
our
and
parent
Pietro.
lens.
I don't know what you were
um,
actually going to talk about with tips, but that's what it
okay.
sounded like it was going to be.
Well, okay, I got a tip. I'm gonna switch voices for this.
Finley Shards tipped $50. Thank you to our amazing cast and DM for a fun start to Chapter 3. Welcome to the family cellular page. Looking forward to seeing how Peachy copes with the group trying to survive in the Beast Isles and the airship journey.
There we go. show. Thank you for feeling
I
your shards.
foresee just cute owl hangouts and dances and little
Totally what's gonna
like
happen.
conga lines and I don't know. That's what I foresee in a
I mean,
future.
it's D&D. If nothing happens, you time skip. But if something happens, it's a battle.
Yeah, except we know that Roll for It can never time skip.
we
It
have
is
a
very
lot of
difficult
things
to do
we
so.
want to do and
I mean,
talk
we time
about.
skipped.
We did
today.
recently. That is generally
we did,
the
like, last
exception to the
episode.
rule, though. Anyway,
Time skipped 4 whole weeks.
we're gonna go and do an after show instead of making us do the after show live. So thank you very much for watching, and we will see you next Thursday for continuation or on Saturday for Mage. So thank you very much, everyone, and remember to water your houseplants regularly, but not frequently.